streamed at youtube.com/Town of Camden, Maine, all one word. And for those of you wishing to participate remotely, there's a link if you go to the website to click on the Zoom link. And if you do participate remotely, we'll do our best to note if you raise your hand and want to ask a question. We'll keep an eye on the board, and you're welcome to participate. Tom Hedstrom is joining us remotely. Hi, Tom. And with that said, we will get on with the meeting. So our first item is public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anyone with a comment on a non-agenda item? Anyone on the board have a non-agenda item? No?
I do, but I'm going to hold myself back.
Okay. Really? That's a first. Okay, then we'll go on to the second item, which is approval of the select board minutes from September 24th. Hopefully you've had a chance to peek at those.
Yeah, I would just like the minutes to reflect in the discussion about the election warden. Board members cited community feedback about the voting experience as the reason for additional deliberation. I would just like that to reflect that there was a question about the policy of having of the tables and advocacy organizations present at the polls, that it had nothing to do with Peter. It was a question about where that decision-making lies, and that we decided we would have a conversation about tabling at elections at another time. Would that be okay to?
Is there some wording that you would suggest that we could?
That get rid of the board member cited community feedback about the voting experience and say that McKellar asked a question about the policy for tabling and collecting signatures at the election, and asked if we could have a conversation about that at a later time. Will that work?
So
I would move that we approve the minutes as amended.
As amended. Have a second? Any other?
Second. Sure.
Any further discussion? All good? All those in favor as amended? All right, thank you. Okay, going on to introduction of new Parks and Rec Director and the Snowball General Manager.
All right, so I'm very excited to introduce Jeff Nathan to everyone. So Jeff has been hired as the town's new Parks and Recreation Director and Snowball General Manager. He recently retired from a 30-year career in the financial services industry. And for much of his career, he managed teams. He was overseeing large business units, managing day-to-day operations. He was responsible for developing business plans, building a culture where people chose to invest in the success of the business as well as themselves. He was managing controls, improving performance, and developing and managing budgets. So for the past 8 years, he was on the ski patrol at the Camden Snow Bowl. He served as the treasurer for the past 4 years, managed the budget, ordered supplies, and kept inventories. He also coordinated the interagency chairlift evacuation training each year for the past 4 years. Last year, he was asked to take on the role of the Central Section Chief for the main region of the National Ski Patrol. So on a personal side, Jeff was a Camden resident for the past 30 years, only recently just moving to Lincolnville. And more than 20 years ago, he taught both of his children to ski at the Camden Snow Bowl. So Jeff has, deep connections to the Snow Bowl. He's been in town for a long time. I just can't even tell you how lucky I feel we are that the time that he retired coincided when he was, looking for, a new opportunity, and we were looking for somebody at the Snow Bowl. So if Jeff could come up, so you guys can get a chance to welcome him as well.
Right.
Jeff Nathan.
Push the button to turn it on.
On.
There you go.
Yeah.
Guess the green light is the indicator, right? Thank you, Audra. Jeff Nathan. Yes, I just literally a Wednesday ago left Camden as a resident after almost 30 years in Camden, raised 2 children here, taught them both to ski at the Snow Bowl. And so love this town and really, and can't tell you how appreciative I am to Audra for this opportunity. I'm a skier, as Audra mentioned. I am a mountain biker. I am a hiker, and there's no place better for me to do those activities than the Camden Snow Bowl. So I'm really excited about this opportunity. Been on the job for 10 days now. So let me just share a little bit about what those 10 days have been and what we're focused on. Step one was meeting with the staff and the folks on the parks and rec crew that are out there doing it every day and getting the job done, and sitting down with them and getting to know them a little bit better and finding out from them what works and what doesn't work. And got some great information from them that I think is going to be really helpful in the future. I learned that they're a very dedicated and talented crew, and I'm excited to be working with them as we move forward. I've started going out to our parks and recs locations and talking with the people that are there and what do they like about it. I spent little under half an hour at the skate park last week talking to some of the skaters that were there, and got some great suggestions for what we can do with that particular area. And that's something I really plan on continuing. What I don't want to do is sit behind a desk all day. Parks and recreation and Camden Snow Bowl is all about outdoor activities. And it is important I'm out there interfacing with the community and with the guests to understand what the needs are and what we can do to make it both safe and fun. That's really what it's all about. So let's talk about the Snow Bowl very quickly, if I may. Preparation is already underway as it gets a little cooler for this ski season. We've had a great partnership thanks to the consultant Andy Shepard that we're working with the general manager and operations manager at Saddleback, who've been out here several times talking about how we could potentially improve our snowmaking. One of my objectives is more snow and earlier. And make sure that we have enough snow in the right locations to stay open for the full season. Now, a lot of that is dependent upon the weather and what Mother Nature has in store for us, but we're going to do what we can to maximize that for our communities. Hiring opportunities. The Snow Bowl is hiring, and I have a microphone. I'm going to make a public service announcement that we're hiring and also looking for volunteers. Volunteers in our Mountain Host or Ambassador program and hiring for lift attendants and snowmakers. It's seasonal work. It's a great community atmosphere, and you'll start to see those jobs posted on our website shortly. What else? Let me just share, if I may, very briefly, plans for the Snow Bowl. And this is when I met with Audra and was interviewed by Audra and some others, what I shared about what I see for the vision for the Snow Bowl. I really see the Snow Bowl as the hub for a 4-season hub for our outdoor healthy community activities. One of the things I love about the Snow Bowl is that it's quaint and it's charming and there's a culture to it. And as we grow and as we change and as we evolve into a 4-season hub, it's important we don't lose that we don't lose that charm and the feel that makes the place so special. But it is important that we evolve. There's a demand that could be met more effectively for 4-season activities. And, I think mountain biking is the key to that, but it's a piece of it. It's a critical piece. I think it's the first piece where we can really dig in, but it's one piece. And there's a lot more that we will look to do to make this a 4-season destination, both for people within the community and for visitors to the area. So lastly, I just want to say thank you to Holly, who has been really tremendous helping me through this transition. Yeah, I think I've worn out the welcome with her a little bit with the questions that I've asked of her, but she's really been tremendous through this. So I want to say thank you. And finally, I'll end with what I started with, which is thank you to Audra for the opportunity, and to the board and to the community. I really look forward to working with all of you as we start this journey together. So thank you.
And I'd also like to thank Holly. She's done an excellent, excellent job, and she's taken on so much, and I really appreciate her and everything she's done. And she's been, just a fantastic teammate, and, we're just very fortunate to have her. So thank you, Holly. And I'm very excited for when you come over to my office.
Monday.
Oh,
Say it isn't so.
welcome. Thank you.
Welcome. Thank you so much. We're really looking forward to this season. And I had a chance to go out and have a tour with Andy a couple of weeks ago. And we bumped into the snowmaking group and the guy from Saddleback, and got some good news about the systems that I was so impressed with the level of knowledge and expertise from the people on your staff. And they seem to have a great grasp of the engineering and the physics of the whole thing. I was like, whoa, these
It's
guys are
amazing.
really on the ball, and trying to maximize given the variabilities in the weather and so on. So I know there's a lot of vision there, and we look forward to seeing what you've got planned.
Thanks, Susan.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you,
Great.
everybody.
Oh, now I've lost everything. Okay. So the consent agenda, we've got 3 items. Confirmation of Camden Public Library Board of Trustees, approval of a lease purchase agreement for a groomer, and authorization to issue general obligation bonds with the Maine Municipal Bond Bank.
And just wanted to clarify one thing. So the library thought that they needed to put the closure of Atlantic Ave on the agenda, but they actually had been very proactive, and they did that back in June. So that's already been approved.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Okay.
I see we have John here from the library. I think it's kind of nice. They go through maybe to pull that off of the consent agenda just for the purpose of being able to discuss it. They go through a great process at the library, recruiting and vetting new trustees. And I think it's nice for us to get a little introduction to just that process.
By all means. Thank you, John, for coming.
My pleasure. And so I didn't realize that the consent agenda might just pass without me being here, but my name is John Fitzgerald, and I represent the Camden Public Library. I'm the nomination committee chair for that institution. And we have a new trustee to ask you to confirm. Her name is Christina Young. Many people in the community who have young children anyway may know her. She is the middle school librarian. She has done many things. Currently, she is McGonagall Teachers Association president for the middle school and the elementary school. She's on the middle school leadership team. She's been a past SAD 65 school board member, so well-versed in the field of education. But she also has a master's of library and information science degree. In her words, she is a passionate advocate for the freedom to read, which is wonderful. She's got 20 years experience as a teacher, the past 8 as librarian. And it's obvious to us anyway from her vitae that she is well qualified to serve as a CPL trustee. We feel very fortunate to have her as an applicant, and we ask for your enthusiastic confirmation.
Thank you. So moved.
Can I second that?
Anymore?
Is that,
Yeah. Thank you, John.
are we doing the consent agenda individual items then?
So I
No, we
asked
just
that we
pulled
pull
that
that
off
off.
of,
Okay, all right.
because John was here.
Yep.
So I would move that we approve Christina Young as a library
Is that a second?
trustee.
I'll second that.
All right, any further discussion? All those in favor? Excellent. Yes. So the other two items on the consent agenda,
I mean, I hate to do this, but isn't a groomer kind of a big purchase?
It is.
I do want to make sure that I understand exactly what we're,
Yeah, I
just to
was,
follow up on all the conversations from before. You know,
yeah.
what did they decide to buy and why? And I think,
Can you give us like the 5 sentence version?
or maybe even, no.
Yeah,
Like
so
long
that,
sentences, I guess.
the 5 sentence version is that, we do bids for financing. The lowest bid was Androscoggin Bank with.
Oh, this is on the groomer. Stay on the, this is on the groomer.
On the groomer, yeah.
Yeah. this
yeah,
is the
Androscoggin
Okay.
Bank was the
Androscoggin
financing.
Bank,
Oh, they were. Okay.
6.25%
See?
interest rate
Major
for a lease purchase agreement. It's $320,000 is the amount that we're financing. We're purchasing it through Piston Bully.
And what's the term? I didn't see the term listed there.
The term is, we're financing it for 10 years.
So this is another one of those more maneuverable ones, right?
Yes.
I'm trying to draw from my,
It's not a bond, it's a lease purchase.
no, I'm
agreement.
not, sorry.
Sorry.
I'm talking about
vehicle
the
itself?
actual groomer. I am glad
Oh,
somebody's paying attention to
okay.
the financing. I think that's wonderful.
This groomer is the same as the other one, the smaller one.
That we
So they're-
liked more because it can do more,
They can both do
400.
both.
they can both do both.
Yes.
Great.
And this was approved by the voters by a large majority.
Another good point. So
Yeah.
we're just following up on that.
Yep.
Great.
What did we miss?
That's the.
That's the
groomer.
5 sentence version.
5 sentence version.
Awesome.
Is it?
Let the minutes reflect 5 sentences or less.
And then the Article C, so the
So
general
no-
obligation bond,
Yes.
Yes, so the general obligation bond. So do you remember at the last meeting when we were talking
Yes.
about, process, and I was saying, we have bond counsel and our general counsel, Bill, reviews this as well. So the bond counsel, as part of the bond anticipation note, there's other things that we need to put in place, like the bank needs to know that there is going to be a bond and we've been approved for the bond. And so we have to go through all of, that sort of background paperwork. So our bond counsel, and for both of these, they oversee not just bonds, but any financing that we do to make sure that the type of votes in compliance with, statute and everything else. But, part of it is getting the authorization that we will eventually, go out to bond on these projects that we're getting bond anticipation notes for. So that's what we're asking you to do with that consent agenda item. We're just, saying that it was authorized by voters and now the select board is authorizing that eventually we will be bonding.
Okay.
So for the just clarifying question then, that which we voted on last meeting, was that more of a preamble to this?
So
Or
that
is
is
that
the
what
interim
enables-
financing.
Okay.
Yes, and this is
The bond
just being able to say to
anticipation
the
note.
bank,
Yeah.
this, yes, this is just interim financing because this is information that proves that, we are going to be bonding this money once this term runs out.
Okay.
and the money that we approved at the last meeting was to actually finance the project until the bond is floated
Correct.
in that 2-year window. Okay. So is there any action so are we,
Move to
Yeah.
make a motion to approve
Usually we don't even have
the
to.
last 2 items on the
Yeah.
consent agenda.
any?
We need to do that? Yes?
There's generally the way the consent agenda worked before is that it's items that don't need any discussion. And so once you start discussing them, it's usually better to vote on them. But otherwise, the consent agenda passes without objection.
Right.
So it doesn't need a vote. So I think we could go.
Just a matter of
It never hurts to
clarifying.
vote,
Never
you know,
hurts to vote, have it on the record.
especially
that
since we
approve.
have talked about it now. So
Yeah.
So we have a motion. Can I get a second?
To approve the
To approve the 2 items on the consent agenda?
B and C?
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All those in favor? Okay. Good to go. Select board reports. Should we go?
Sure,
Left to right?
we'll start at this end. Let's see, during the, during the last month, the Historic Resources Committee met on September 17th. They're working on supporting their warrant article for November 5th, which will create a historic preservation ordinance. Their next meeting is on October 8th, which will be at 11 a.m. And then thereafter, they're going to meet in the evening. So pay attention to the calendar if you were thinking of attending. I attended a couple of MMA meetings. One was on September 12th in Searsmont, which was very interesting. It was hosted by, well, we were invited by Kara George, who is now our representative to the LOC. Did I get that right? I'm learning new acronyms. LPC, the Legislative Policy Committee of the MMA. And there was a bunch of small local towns, for instance, Liberty, Northport, Lincolnville, St. George, and Searsmont had representatives there. So they all gave us a brief view of their struggles, which is basically comes down to a budget, of course. The speaker who spoke the longest was the Liberty Fire Chief, who spoke about his troubles with the federal regulations coming down from OSHA and, of course, budget. The state police chief was there, and he said that they're down to 380 something troopers. He'd like to be up around 420, but recruitment and retention is, believe it or not, a problem everywhere. So, and he also asserted that the state police would be there for the small towns, which don't have their own police departments. One thing of note that I did note, St. George, for instance, said that their EMS service costs them 25% of their budget. So its budget is on everybody's minds. And the other MMA event was on September 17th that I attended with you folks, which was the elected officials workshop. And they talked about the FOAA, the Freedom of Access Act is what it's called in Maine, and our obligations for that. They talked about conflicts of interest, municipal liabilities, and who can use the MMA services. Basically, it's okay for select board members to call up the legal services department at MMA.
As long as they're not in the minority or something, right? Did they say something?
No, I think they just said, go ahead and do it that was my takeaway. So that may deserve some follow-up. We also, some of us received a wonderfully written letter from Steve Mischison, who brings up several of the issues that we're going to talk about tonight. And I'd like to enter the whole thing into the record, but I think I'll read just the first paragraph because it's pertinent. But for those, there's a copy for each of you, if you did not get that.
I don't think I did.
Select Board, I wanted to provide my thoughts on recent developments concerning the river. This first one has to do with what he calls the semi-permanent footbridge. First, the plan to have a semi-permanent footbridge across the falls and river outlet from May to November is a terrible plan. It places a man-made structure across the falls which distracts from its natural beauty and appeal to residents and visitors alike. I find it ironic that those wanting to remove Montgomery Dam and restore the river to its supposedly natural state favor this man-made semi-permanent footbridge. It is clear to me that the footbridge is favored by dam removal supporters as a first step to a future fish passage viewing platform from the public landing at Harbor Park. I also am concerned about the liability to the town of having this footbridge in place for 6 months of the year. What will prevent the general public from using or attempting to use the bridge to access the island and possibly injuring themselves in doing so? This is a huge risk to the town, in my opinion. Also, were the applicable state and federal permits for this new structure located within 75 feet of the shoreline received? I hope we have a discussion, if not tonight, then at some time, about this what he calls a semi-permanent footbridge. I'm hoping that we'll have a report from Audrey and the town manager's report. And I'll leave the rest of this letter for later. That's my report. Thank you.
Thank you, Ken. Allison?
Ooh, I'm liking the idea of reading emails from residents during my select board report. I don't know if I could I get some good ones too. But I've been stopped in the past for taking too long during my
Well,
select board report.
I wonder about that,
I'll
yes.
have you know, so you and I might be in the same boat
Right.
with our select board reports getting too long. Mine, Midco Solid Waste Board of Directors had a workshop and a tour of the facility with our new and old, like me, board members, mostly new board members, and that was
Old board
great.
members.
And even though I announced it at our select board meeting, we only got one member of the public tagging along, who was Susan. So she got educated too. There is a really wonderful article in the Mid-Coast Villager this week or last week about the transfer station, and specifically Jeff, who mans the hopper there. Jesse Ellison just did a fantastic job writing about what Jeff does and how he saves us a ton of money by packing those trash compactors, especially compacted. And trash transportation costs us almost as much as the tipping fees. So all of our trash goes from MSW, goes from Midco Solid Waste to a landfill in Norwich Walk. And so those trips, if we can minimize those trips, the more we can minimize those trips, the less it costs. And so there have been estimates that could be saving us, $60,000 to $80,000 a year. Jeff is a really great guy, and it was a great article. Worth reading if you can. The Conservation Commission volunteers over this past weekend, along with Dave St. Laurent, planted 12 trees in the public right-of-way, residents who had been identified. There are, for people that have properties in the general village area, sort of the walkable area, especially if you would like to have a shade tree planted in the town's, right-of-way portion in front of your property, you can contact Kendall over at, or you can contact the Public Works Department, or you can contact Samantha Mortlock from the Conservation Commission as well. But that, especially, they're looking for places that don't have power lines. So they have a lot of the taller shade trees. So that is that. The Pathways Committee met. I don't think there's anything that needs to specifically come to the board. The Library Board of Trustees has been very busy at work. They've been meeting with FEMA to try to determine which of the projects they've been doing could be reimbursed by FEMA funding. They have done a bunch of roof work, and some of the portions of the seawall that fell down that they had to reconstruct looked like that's going to be eligible for FEMA reimbursements at 75% potentially. And so they're looking at some different sort of short and longer term solutions there. They've been really busy with fundraising. They had their Camden on Canvas fundraiser, which didn't raise quite as much as they were hoping, but it's still tens of thousands of dollars. For anybody that doesn't remember, about roughly half of the library budget is raised independently of taxes. And so they've applied for a number of grants, and they've decided they're going to go on a different schedule with Camden on Canvas. It's going to be every 2 years now, but it's just really impressive, all of the fundraising and grant seeking and work that they've been doing over there. It's very much a working board. So thank you, John and others. And that is it for me.
And the Harbor Arts and Books is this coming
Oh, that's it.
weekend.
Yes, good.
With its accompanying book sale. So
Which is also a big fundraiser.
absolutely.
So
Chris?
Sure, thanks. The one thing I mentioned last week, I get to mention again, that is we are doing the McGunnicook River Committee is doing an important community outreach meeting and discussion on October 22nd and also on October 30th from 6 to 7:30 at the middle school. It's important because this is where we really want a lot of input from people from the town who are interested in the overall project. There will be time for discussion. There will be some presentation. And there'll be hopefully some wandering around looking at the different diagrams that are there as the different options are being evaluated concerning dam rehabilitation, fish passage, or dam removal. So for those who are interested in any aspect, we want people to come with an open mind, but also with their ideas, their concerns. It's time to meet the committee, and it's very casual but organized fashion to be able to discuss the options respectively. The other item that we did talk about a little bit before too was about the management and governance of the River Committee, and where we know before we're not having a select board member being the person who's the chair. We did have a person step up, Deb Chapman, to be a full-time at this point facilitator to help behind the scenes in getting meetings done and prepared in a large part that is taking care of what was formerly being paid for really at a premium with FB Environmental. And there will still also be a rotating other person involved from the committee to help run and facilitate the meetings. There'll be more to follow on that in the next meeting that the River Committee has in the single digits here late in October. I think on October 9. I don't see it on the town calendar, so I wrote it in pencil, so it could be erased. But October 9, I believe, is the next date for that. But the ones really to put down hard in your calendars are October 22 and October 30th for those who are interested in any aspect of that project. So,
Excellent. Thank you so much. I had the opportunity I'm liaison to the Harbor Committee, and I came to a Harbor Committee meeting, but it was the wrong week. And so the harbor master and I both had the same idea. It was the week of SIF, and so I just had the opportunity to sit and talk with the harbor master for an hour while we were at a not meeting, so that was great. It got sort of a beginning of a catch-up. And then the following week convened a meeting of the Harbor Committee, which was really well attended. We started with recognition of, it was the day of Dee Dee Conover's passing, and some recognition of all that she brought to this community and to the harbor and Curtis Island, and the sadness that accompanies her passing. We talked about a little bit about the mercantile, and I see Andrew is here to help us out with that discussion later on in the meeting. And also there was a presentation from, is it Michael Scaling, regarding Curtis Island. I wasn't able to stay for all of that presentation, but he brought a very comprehensive presentation. And that's an ongoing, obviously ongoing and important discussion. Had a great tour out of the Snowball with Andy Shepherd, and heard a lot about his vision, the work that he's done with other ski areas, rehabilitating and bringing them up to speed as community hubs. And obviously Jeff is continuing that vision. It was a lot of talk about leadership style and inclusion, having an atmosphere of collaboration. And so very excited that Jeff is on board. And thank you also to Holly for her leadership during this interim time. And then I was delighted to participate in the tour at Midco Solid Waste. What an interesting place. When you really go for it, I mean, we just go and bring our trash and don't really think about it in any more depth, but to put on the yellow safety vest, and the emphasis on safety is so impressive. All the staff there was incredibly impressive and competent, and we climbed all over the place, and I just feel so much better informed, grateful for the caliber of people who are working there. Their level of focus and dedication to their work is remarkable. And that does it for me. Tom, do you have anything you'd like to add?
No, thank you.
Okay, thanks for being there. All right, we will go on to our town manager's report.
All right, so many residents are aware that there was an accident on Washington Street on Friday, September 20th, that brought down a utility pole and blocked Washington Street. So CMP pretty much immediately came and replaced the pole and transferred their lines from the pole that had been knocked down to the new pole. We were told that the telecom companies would be coming that evening to do the same, transfer their lines, and then the roadway would be clear and free to travel on again. However, on Monday morning, the telecom lines were still blocking Route 105 near the intersection with Cross Street, and it caused a lot of traffic issues, particularly for buses and vehicles that were traveling to the middle school. Because anybody who travels through that area on Monday morning knows that it's really busy with that sort of traffic. So we got a panicked email from the principal of the middle school about this. And I just went right to the top. I contacted the commissioner of MDOT and the public advocate for help in moving these lines, because the utility companies are notoriously unresponsive to municipalities, and the system of contacting utilities with pole attachments, it's really very opaque. It's hard to figure out who we contact. The people change, positions change, responsibilities change, and then we're not notified of this. So MDOT was wonderful. They were really helpful. The commissioner emailed me straight back. They were really helpful in helping us find and put pressure on the correct company who was responsible for moving the lines, and the street was reopened. Wonderful. I should just drop this, right? I really am not going to drop this, because while having Washington Street, which is a major artery in Camden, and it's a state road, closed for an entire weekend, I think everyone can agree is unacceptable. It's also just a symptom of a much bigger problem. So the entire system of working with utility companies and the public right away is an ongoing and frequent issue for Camden, as well as most other municipalities across the state. And it's a source of a lot of frustration. So working with them when there's a problem and there's some sort of an emergency is complete chaos. But trying to proactively plan with them for improvements in the public right away, like expanding or building a new sidewalk, is nearly impossible. So the system we have in place creates a lot of conditions where there's no one with ultimate responsibility. So there's no accountability when there's any sort of issue, or you want to do planning, or you name it, from emergencies all the way to, actually trying to expand our active transportation systems. So this is something that it's very tangled. It's very difficult to figure out, which entities have jurisdiction over different parts of it. Some of it is the PUC and rulemaking. Some of it is by legislative act. But, I went back and forth with somebody in the PUC and somebody else in the public advocate's office. And, really, it's going to take a legislative effort, and it's going to be pretty concerted amongst a bunch of different municipalities. And these things really need to be chased down because, the utilities can afford to hire lobbyists who will just keep going at this and at this. And if you drop the thread just once, so if you don't show up for a certain committee meeting in the legislature and you kind of lose track of what's happening, you can completely erase any progress that you've made on trying to get some sort of change made to this issue. So this kind of brings me to my next update, and I promise it'll tie in. So Camden hosted a transportation focus group meeting that was organized by the Mid-Coast Council of Governments this afternoon to talk about a regional transportation plan that they're working on through a transformative communities grant. I think that's what it was called. Thriving Communities Grant. And it's a plan that goes all the way from Belfast down to Brunswick and encapsulates all of the counties between there. So the meeting here in Camden was for the Knox County communities because it's slightly different depending on where you are in the Mid-Coast and along the Route 1 corridor as to what your transportation issues are, but the ideal is more connection across the entire system and linkages. So this is going to be a major regional planning project that's going to take place over the next 2 years, and it's going to cover everything from active transportation to public transit and addressing different pinch points throughout the network and in the Mid-Coast. And it's also going to cover all different modes of transportation. There was a lot of talk about marine transport is really important in the Mid-Coast. So Camden's going to be involved in this planning effort. We're members of the Mid-Coast Council of Governments through the county, but I'm also the vice president of the board there, and Jeremy Martin is also on the board. So we've got good representation on MCOG, and I think it's going to be a really important planning effort. So I think one of the most important parts of all of it is matching up land use planning with transportation planning. So during this meeting, we talked about utility pole and line issues because of the negative impact that they can have on, planning for and expanding multimodal transportation. And that's very much true of active transportation infrastructure. So, when we want to put in new sidewalks or expand sidewalks, or we want to put in bike lanes, inevitably we're coming up against issues with, utility poles and lines. And, that's something that anybody who's been a member of the Pathways Committee has talked about and has been a huge frustration for years. So while we were talking about this, the executive director of the Mid-Coast Council of Governments got very animated because he's 50 years a planner in Maine, from communities in southern Maine all up the Mid-Coast. And it brought back memories of a project he was trying to do in Biddeford, where the one thing that kind of stalled their effort were the utility companies and where they were going to put the poles and where they were going to put the lines, and it caused a lot of problems for them. So he got very animated, and he's willing to organize the legislators in our region, so all the Mid-Coast legislators, to help sponsor legislation in the next session to address some of these issues. Because that is the biggest part of this is the impact that it has on our transportation network. So I'm excited about that. I felt like finally I have a group of people that's going to help us in this. And this is something that's really been important to a lot of people in Camden for a very long time. So that, I'm not done yet. So we asked for clarification from the state on the requirements around the petitioners and groups handing out information at the polls. So the way that this statute is written is that it's completely at the discretion of the clerk and the election warden. So it was very depoliticized for a reason to sit with those two officials. So if they feel that there isn't sufficient space, they do not need to provide a location inside the polling station for petitioners, but they do need to try and accommodate them. So while there are provisions to make accommodations for petitioners, there's nothing that applies, none of this applies in any way to groups handing out information. So there's no requirement or obligation to provide space for groups that are simply handing out information. The statute only applies to petitioners. So, The 1-year timeframe to expend the gift from the estate of Anne Montgomery ended on September 19th. All the expended funds have been returned. We were able to complete many of the tasks outlined in the agreement, the exception being the landscaping on the island. However, we want to honor this part of the agreement, so we're going to have this work complete once the footbridge to provide access for maintenance has been installed, which will be this week. And we received all required permits for that bridge. Earthwork has begun out at the Snow Bowl for the new building out there. So both the new building and the maintenance shed will be connected to the water and the septic system. And the earthwork for the pad is happening now, but the pad is going to be poured as a foundation for the new building. And once the earthwork is complete, they'll start start fitting out the Amish building that's going to be brought on site and finished probably in early November. And those are my updates.
What are the buildings like? We'll start there. The buildings that you have at the Snow Bowl, what are they for?
So this one building that's
Yeah.
going on site, it's going to have all the same functions as the building that used to be in that location. So it's going to be the race program as well as retail shop.
So at least the race program will be out of a little tiny shed
Yes.
then.
The race program will be in a pretty good location this winter.
And is this heated too?
Yes, yep,
Heated, insulated?
yep,
And this is where Side Country is going to be?
yes.
Yeah, I was just confused. 'Cause you also said the maintenance shed. Is that a different building or is that?
Different building, yeah. So the maintenance shed hasn't been, it has no connection to water and sewer. And that's pretty important because, that's where, the garage is and a lot of other, people that are handling power tools and doing work in there.
Right.
It's a safety issue not to have like an eye wash station. They need a bathroom. And there's a bathroom that's all fitted out in there. It was just never connected to water and sewer.
And that's going to get done.
Yes, as part of all this.
Excellent.
And the bridge, if that's going in next week, when does the bridge come out?
So the bridge is going in probably this week.
Right? When does it leave?
So it'll come out when the floats come out.
Okay.
And it was always discussed at that time, I mean, we had the robust discussion
Yeah.
about that any future use of the bridge was going to be evaluated at a later time. So I think saying when it's going to come out is maybe premature, but
I think it's good. Let's go with the short run on this one at first. See how it is. Go with the existing plan.
I just think we should have at some point, make sure that we are saying that we are going to have a conversation
Yeah.
about that. But maybe you could give a little bit of an update on the other work that's going on around there
Yeah.
this, I was really surprised and excited to see all that grass there that has long been wanted by many. So is
Yeah.
that part of the garden club stuff or?
The garden club is gonna come in after the, sort of hardscaping and some of the grass is put down. But I guess I'll give the background on that. So there's an area on the back corner of the public landing where the bell is currently located. And that area is really heavily used by the public. There are picnic tables there, there are benches there. That's where a lot of people who want to go and, eat lunch and be near the harbor and be able to look out onto the harbor, go and sit. And a lot of people weren't aware of the fact that was actually owned by the town for a very long time. And, recently some of the, a lot of it had been used for informal parking by some of the, the buildings that abut the public landing there. And, recently a decision was made to, reclaim that as public open space because there's a lot of demand down at the public landing for more seating and more space for the public to be able to just sit and enjoy things down there. So we've done a little bit of, landscaping to make that, more park-like and more appropriate for people who might want to go there and eat lunch or just kind of sit and enjoy the harbor. So there's been some granite curbing installed in different locations so that, it isn't like a driveway or a parking area. It doesn't look like that. If buildings need to get, if vehicles need to get to the back of those buildings for an emergency reason, there's a mountable curb, so they still could in the event of an emergency. However, it's landscaped so it doesn't look like a parking area. It doesn't function that way. It's been sodded over, so there's grass down there. There's going to be, seating there. Anybody who hasn't seen it yet should go and take a look sometime soon, because it is very nice, and I think it's going to be, a great public open space, and just another thing that we're doing to try and, make the public landing a place where more people can, use it and enjoy it.
It does look a little bit better than, as all construction is. While the construction is going on, it doesn't look that pretty. And I was concerned too when I saw the big footing for the bridge and thinking that's kind of an eyesore as it was. But that's just because the building process was underway. But it does look a lot better since then, which is nice. From the whatever you want to call that area, the Bell area. And yeah, usually when I check it out late at night, there are people there. So people do enjoy it at some points.
Excellent.
Yeah, I would like to follow up on the bridge issue as well. The Montgomery family made a very generous gift to the town of Camden for the purpose of reducing the cost of maintenance of the Montgomery Dam and to improve the appearance of the dam and the waterfall. Their gift shows continuing concern for Camden and its quality of life and the legacy of the Montgomery Dam. And I would like to thank the Montgomery family for the generosity and to add an apology for the town for not living up to the spirit and the letter of their gift. One of the goals of the gift was simply to clean up the overgrown shrubbery below the falls. It has been over a year since the donation was made, and the town has had to refund a portion. I'm not sure that was clear, but the town has had to refund a portion of the gift because the work had not been completed, and the temporary gangway that the town is building is it's an industrial quality permanent bridge, and I don't think that was intended by the Montgomery family. But I would like to ask, now that the funding has been withdrawn, where will the funds come from? And I don't believe the select board has approved funds for the bridge, and we have never received plans or approved the design of the bridge. I don't know if.
Could we delay this to another, this isn't on the
It's not
agenda.
an
We've
agenda
talked about this so many
item.
times. It should be an agenda item probably at some point, but we've dedicated huge amounts of our select board and town time to talking about this issue many times.
I also feel like I've answered this question many times, and it just keeps getting brought up, and the same thing keeps getting said, and it's not true. So, I mean, it's really getting to the point where I feel like it's pretty disrespectful of the staff involved in this to say that we haven't followed the agreement to the letter when we have. And and there are certain things that the select board, once it comes to implementation, just continuously coming back to it and asking the same questions and getting the same answer. It just gets to a point where it's a little bit, I think, overkill.
For issues that are of concern to the town, I think that increased transparency is probably the best route to go for contentious issues like this.
Well, let's look at having,
I would encourage you to go
We'll
back and
talk
watch
about
the
the-
meeting where this was agreed to, where we
Yeah.
had a whole discussion about what was going to happen there. And it's upsetting because I am grateful for that donation because it is going to allow the town to do things that many people have requested. Not everybody agrees with exactly which trees should be trimmed or not, but the barrier to that has always been that you can't get out to that area. And the Montgomery family was very generous in offering a way to do that. And in conjunction with that footing going in, a bunch of improvements are being made to that general area that are going to benefit everybody. And because the town was down there doing that, they're doing things that are making it look a lot better. And so why don't we just let it get finished and not diminish all of the good things that are, I think, coming from this donation?
Well, on the simple question, what is the process if there has to be an approval for the expenditure of the bridge when it was approved.
It was already paid for.
It was, okay, so that was not part of the refund, you're saying?
No.
The bridge was not. So that, I don't know if that was understood with what was refunded and how much, or then the next bill that we have concerning cleaning up of the island. I mean, obviously and maybe it's not obvious, the gift paid for the improved sluice gate, right? That was done and installed.
Should we be talking about this now? Or do
I
we-
think that we
Well,
should
I'm just-
not, it's
Let
not
a
on the
report happen
agenda.
at the end of when
Yes.
it's
Okay.
complete.
Yeah,
This is not an
Yep.
agenda item. People that might want to talk about this have not
right.
had the opportunity
good.
to know.
So I think when there's a final, if we can, when the work is completed, if we can address it at that point.
And
and
maybe
get an
that's even the
overview of
time
it.
you all want to vote on what you do with that bridge.
Yeah. Yep. we'll-
Duration and
Right.
access and all of that.
Exactly.
And you can even go out there and take a look yourselves.
I need to. All right. That being said, let's move on to the action
Can I
items.
ask one other thing that maybe we can just get a really quick update on? Real quick.
Is it on the agenda? You're
It-
the agenda hawk.
I know, but I was just curious. And if the answer is no, you can't ask this, that's fine. But let me ask, and then you can say no. Is there an update on EMS and fire and not? Is that,
I would say
is
that
that
is-
something we can do?
That is not something that we could quickly do tonight.
No.
Okay,
Yeah.
that's fair enough.
Okay.
So is that something that we can put on a later meeting? It's been a bit.
Yes. For sure.
Let's talk about that with bylaws and how the select board conducts itself and how we all make agenda requests and
Right. Okay, let's go on to the action items. The first one being the approval of management software proposal and license fees for short-term rentals. And I believe Jeremy is going to lead this off. Thank you, Jeremy.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
Turn on your mic.
I hand you all a memo. It looks like in the packet, my second page.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
correct.
So I'm sorry about that. Go to that. And I'll just start by the item before you, and I'm glad we put these memos together the way we do. There's a purpose, there's a background, and then there's an action that's requested of you. So the purpose of this item is for you to authorize the town manager and myself to act on behalf of the town to negotiate with and to enter into a contract with Deckard Technologies to implement short-term rental monitoring, licensing, and compliance solutions, which are needed to implement the new short-term rental regulations that are contained in Chapter 215 and Chapter 290 of the Town Code of Ordinances, which were approved by voters in June. It was always envisioned and talked about that we would use a contractor or vendor to provide STR compliance, monitoring, licensing solutions for the town. We put out an RFP on August 7th. We received 5 proposals from 5 different vendors: Granicus, GovOS, Azora Software Solutions, Deckard Technologies, and Avenue. These are all firms that do this around the world, to be honest with you. And an evaluation team made up of myself, the code officer, Clint Beveridge, Shenley Neely, town planner, and Maddie Hicks, the code planning assessing assistant. We reviewed each proposal individually, and then we ranked them. And then we invited the top 3 scores to do a Zoom demonstration of their platform and their process. And we all felt, I'll just get right to it, we all felt that Deckard Technologies was the best fit for town. Their system aligned very well with, very similar in function to what we have for permitting and licensing system in town, which is the iWork system. It's very similar, and we've heard nothing but good things from applicants with that system. And what this Deckard Solutions will do, it will, with their Rentalscape property identification solution, they provide that. Outreach campaign to STR operators and owners, a 24/7 complaint hotline and online complaint system. So anyone can complain, call. There's a hotline to call them. They respond, they triage it, and if it needs to escalate to someone like myself or Clint, it gets escalated to there. And then again, STR owners will apply easily and efficiently on their platform. There's also on-demand reporting and analysis done. And their system aligns very well with our town financial systems and Stripe. There were three, I did include the ranking sheets for you, how we ranked them. Again, the top three that met our, got to the top three. Deckard's actually came in the cheapest at $16,500. Azora Software Solutions was at $30,000 and GovOS was at $19,000. So with that, it'd be staff recommendation to ask you folks to authorize Audra and I to enter into an agreement with them, contract on behalf of the town to implement that. Their timing is pretty good. Then they think that they'll be ready to go, ready to roll January 1st when the new regulations come online. So with that, I'll leave that, answer any questions if you have any. And I think it's separate from the STR fee piece, so.
Yeah, I was just wondering, is that a first-year fee? Because clearly their costs are going to be much higher the first year, and I'm just wondering if it changes after the first year.
Actually, their fee is $16,500, and they said that is good for at least 2 years, maybe 3, depending how we negotiate the contract. But they generally don't see more than after that, an inflationary increase. But it's generally about $16,500 will be in place for about 3 years for us. Is our hope. Yeah, each year for 3 years.
So I do see this in the packet.
You did?
The first page is
The
there,
first
but
page. I did not see the second page.
Second page. is-
Sorry.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. So I was intrigued reading through the Decker material that
Yeah.
it's, there's some mention that so much of the work that they're being asked to do, that they were already doing, that we're really already in their ecosystem.
Yeah, they're
I'm
a
intrigued.
data-driven company, and it's
Yeah.
all about real estate.
Mhm.
And in talking with them, they run this stuff everywhere all the time, and their platform, their system's able to do that everywhere at any time.
Amazing. Wow.
So they're doing it. Pretty neat. I know we have had a hard time getting people to comply with our current registration requirements. Under the prior Chapter 215, we had we had horrible compliance with that. And then prior to that, we had even worse compliance with the 7-day minimum that we had in place at the time. So we're confident that we're going to pick up. They're confident 99% of all short-term rentals that are out there, they will pick up, and they will send notices to the owners themselves. And they'll send multiple notices. And if they don't get anywhere with that, getting them to apply online on their platform, they will be escalated to our office, and then we'll start enforcement action against those. It's not our intention to do that, but the reality is, I think that prior we used to get a handful of complaints a year about short-term rentals. The reality was, I think, because we never were able to enforce it, because we could never identify the short-term rentals out there. And now we can. And I certainly think that we're already getting calls from property owners that have a short-term rental near there, asking if short-term rentals in their neighborhood are already registered. So I think the awareness and the vote that happened in June sparked, something in people that said, this is something that is needed, and it's been impacting us, and the town hasn't had a way to monitor and enforce it in the past, and now we do. So we are getting calls already about short-term rentals.
I also noticed in the timeline for implementation, so they've got the customer handoff in December. So what will that look like from a town perspective? I mean, is there ongoing, the Decker software will generate inquiries or the application will be on the platform?
Yeah, so the application will be on the platform.
On the
So
town and linked from the town?
correct. It'll be
website.
linked from the town's website. They would go to the Deckard platform, which
But are
will be
they
linked on ours.
proactively reaching out to
They will be.
property owners?
Yes.
Okay.
They will be. And that's what happens. They're able to identify all the information without even getting information from us. They're able to identify the properties, the ownership, where they live, the addresses.
And is
and
that
then
going
they'll
to be
send
like
notices
hard
out.
copy noticing?
Correct.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then the follow-up will be town staffing or what's it
Yeah,
going to look
so
like?
I think some of this might be getting into our next discussion on fees. I think
Okay.
this kind of
Okay.
merges together,
I
but
can wait.
I think you can wait. But what will happen, in essence, the town will get notified, my office will get notified that an STR application came in, and then there's a process that we have to do on our side. We have to review them and approve them and issue a license, and then they'll get that sent to the.
Yeah,
property owner.
reading through this, I was really impressed with how attentive they have already been to,
It is all they
this
do.
ecosystem.
And so
They're
this is
very-
pretty much all they do is short-term rental monitoring across the country. Other firms like GovOS, another firm that we interviewed, they do everything from business licensing to tax, to a whole host of municipal, suite that they offer municipalities. Deckard is strictly short-term rental.
So this is what Bangor uses? This is who
Bangor uses this. Actually, Rockport uses it a little bit right now. They just reached out to them and hired them to do, to find short-term rentals in Rockport. Not that Rockport's regulating them, but
Gosh,
Rockport is
careful what
looking
you're
for
starting
them.
here tonight,
Yeah.
Jeremy. But
What's that?
I said, careful what kind of
Hey, I'm not starting anything. That's just all public information.
sensitive in Rockport.
So I think I remember seeing somewhere in the report that they identified 350
Yeah.
rental units, but that's actual 165.
No, the 165 is where they've set us for pricing. It's 165 to like 400, as I recall in talking with them. So we're at 350. Every firm that provided us a proposal to us had about 325, 350 short-term rentals in Camden, unique short-term rentals in Camden.
So if every current short-term rental applies for a license, you expect 350 or so.
I expect about 300 plus, or I would say plus 300. We have 45 currently registered.
so this is a two-part conversation we're having with you. With the first part, we need to authorize
I think
you
the first part is to make a motion and authorize Audra and I to enter into an agreement with them on behalf of the town to do short-term monitoring and licensing solutions.
Well, to Ken's question earlier, and maybe you could restate what is meant, what the $16,000 gets you. Is that a recurring annual fee?
It's an
Or-
annual fee.
Annual fee?
Yeah,
And you're saying, and they're guaranteeing the price for the first 2 years?
yeah, maybe 3, depending on the negotiations we have with them. They like me right now, so they
Okay.
might get 3 years.
All right. And then afterwards, it's a different price.
Yeah, they all have an escalation in them, every one of them that we saw.
What did it seem like the escalation seemed to be? What's the trend there, do you see? Like
Inflation,
10%, 20%?
it was generally about inflation.
Inflation rate?
Yeah.
Okay. I liked the scoring matrix that you did to try to make a qualified effort into a quantified one. I'm just curious, and maybe we can talk about this later, but I'm just wondering what you used in order to get 20 points on the individual items. There's some 17s, 19, 15s, 18, 9s. I wonder what the criteria was to come up with.
I mean,
Was
I
that
don't know
just-
if you've ever done this. We gave them, so each one actually had a score of 5 for each us, and then there were 4 of us, so we had
okay.
each had 5. So we ranked each one individually, and then the 20 is my department's whole number.
Okay, so you
if that makes
aggregated
sense.
your
Yes.
individual scores that you did.
Yeah, and we
separately.
didn't actually, Chris, we didn't actually come up with, okay, what does a 1 mean? What does a 5 mean? I think we let our professional judgment and opinion review those based on the 1 through 5 rating or 0 through 5 rating.
Yep.
One of them got rejected completely. Avenue, they didn't submit a bid form.
Right.
They gave us a great proposal, but the proposal, RFP said submit a bid form and a proposal. And if they can't submit a bid form,
No,
asks for it, I
Yeah, your
reject them.
recommendation here is
Not
pretty
under
clear, and I think
compliance.
we're kind of lucky in that the recommendation that you did scoring wise, because if people can't see it, it's a greater than 20% difference between what came first and second, as well as it being
The cheapest.
the lower price.
Yep.
And I remember you talking about this a year ago, and you were saying it was going to be around $20,000 or so for this, and it seems like that's been consistent.
Yeah.
So, no, I appreciate doing the matrix on why this decision was made, the different elements that you looked at. I think that's important for people to know. So thanks.
And I think people.
Not everyone does that.
I think applicants for STRs will find the system very user-friendly when they apply. And it's not user-friendly on our side too, which is very helpful because it's going to be a lot of work, but.
So can we get a motion to approve Jeremy and Audra moving forward to enter into that management software proposal and license fee
Agreement?
agreement?
So moved.
I'll second that.
All right. Any further discussion of this part of the item?
Yeah, I just want to say, although I may have reservations about a short-term rental licensing structure, I mean, it's a huge structure it's a burden on the people and on the staff, but the townspeople voted for it quite strongly in the latest election. So the proposal itself looks pretty darn good.
And we tried to, honestly, we looked at this from our side and from an applicant side. So I think the ease of use and function for an applicant will be smooth and should cause no problems for people.
Excellent.
My hope.
I mean,
All right. No further discussion? All those in favor? Tom, we've got 500. All right.
All right,
Now
thank
for
you.
the-
And now I'm just going to jump into the fees piece. Let me just find where I was here. All right. There we are. No, I'm sorry. I have too many sheets of paper up here. Audra, I might just drop these on your desk here, just to get rid of some of this stuff. All right, there we are. Should be anyway. Sorry. Thank you. As you know, we have, voters approved these amendments last June. Requires annual licensing and inspection of short-term rentals. Prior to that, we had, and this is in the memo for you, we had a prior short-term rental registration requirement, didn't really require any inspections. We had to sign off and make sure that the number of bedrooms was accurate based on assessing and based on what's been permitted in the files. That's really a life safety issue. And I would add that there were a number of short-term rentals that tried to get registered for, say, a 4-bedroom. When we did the review, we realized that there was a 3-bedroom. They were renting a bedroom in a basement or turned an office into a bedroom with no egress windows and those kinds of things. So we did run into that every now and again under the prior one, which didn't have any inspection requirement, but we had to verify bedroom numbers and life safety. So these new requirements do require a fair amount of work, and those old licenses were $200. Those fees, registration was a $200 fee prior. Didn't require much of anything, didn't require an inspection. And there was no possible way to monitor what kind of short-term rentals were out there. It was an impossible feat for anyone to do other than these firms like Deckard. So these new code requirements require a fair amount of work to process, review, and inspect and approve the short-term rentals. And those it includes, but not limited to, life safety inspection, a review of the property zoning, review of the number of bedrooms or sleeping rooms, and review of the subsurface wastewater system, which is a significant issue. I think people that may be here or you folks followed it a little bit during the hearing process. The new subsurface wastewater rules say that short-term rentals require an increased capacity in the septic design. even if that is still a 3-bedroom home and they're still only using it for 3 bedrooms, the subsurface wastewater rules require added expansion to that system. So it does require a fair amount of work on our side. And during those public hearings, it was determined that fees would be necessary, absolutely necessary, to cover the cost of doing the work, doing the inspections, doing the monitoring. We always knew that we'd have to hire a firm to help us and do inspections and all that. It was even brought up at the select board hearing that my office may need another inspector because they do require inspections. That said, we did tweak those inspections to become every 3 years. So, we're going to be able to do that, but it does require a fair amount of work. There were 3 types of short-term rentals that were approved in those code amendments. There's what's called a primary short-term rental, and those are short-term rentals that are on someone's property that they claim primary residency at. So those people live here. This is their community. They register their cars here. They vote here. And that's one type of STR. The other type of is a seasonal STR, and those are what you call your traditional camp, generally on the lake or Hosmer Pond. And those are homes that do not have a year-round water supply, generally for 6 months out of the year. There's no whole house heating system. They're not insulated typically. And that's one type of another type of short-term rental that voters approved. Then there's the third type, and that's a commercial short-term rental. And those are short-term rentals where the owner of the rental does not claim primary residency on the property. So there are 3 types of short-term rentals. Planning staff, this did not happen in a vacuum looking at fees. We looked very hard at all the fees across the state and other communities across the country on how they were doing this. All along, we have been trying to use best practices on what's working, what's not working across the country when it comes to fees and licensing. I would add that in Maine, we have, I had it written here, but somewhere, there we are. I'm getting off my script a little bit, but Bangor has licensing fees of $350. Rockland's $500 for a short-term rental. South Portland's $400. Cape Elizabeth's is $500 or $1,000. Kennebunkport's $325 to $600. Falmouth is $325 to $500. I just throw that out there. One thing that we are trying to do is I hear increasing property values are not lost on me. Increasing taxes are not lost on me. People are concerned about it. Ken brought up LPC. I'm an alternate to the LPC, and I sat in on their meeting. Was down in Augusta last week. And every one of these communities that sits on that LPC, there are people talking about property taxes, and how do you address property taxes? And what I've tried to do since I've started here was try to implement a fee schedule that has the user of our services, whether they be people getting building permits or electrical permits, septic permits, going through planning board, to pay for the services that they're providing, and to not have those projects and that permit activity be subsidized by the general taxpayer. And that's what I've been trying to do. We're currently at about 15%. My department is about 15% covering with fees currently covering our department. My opinion, that's not a healthy percentage because, again, it's general taxpayers are paying for all the services that we're doing and we're providing. So we looked at this as a way to equitably and broadly try to implement a fee schedule that, again, does that, gets the applicants to pay for the services that we're providing. I've looked at communities, my staff and I have looked at communities in state and out with similar demographics as us, similar land values and real estate values and real estate market, tourism-based economies, and housing affordability and availability challenges. It is true, and people may say that it's not a fact, but it is true that short-term rentals, primarily the commercial ones, right, because they're not someone's primary residence, are being used commercially. There's a purpose that those people bought those homes, and that is to rent them as a short-term rental, maybe until they retire here. But in the meantime, they are renting them commercially. And voters approve that because that's how we define them. So, and again, looking at fees across the board in Maine and out, I gave you some examples on what fees are, but generally fees are from $200 to $5,000 for a short-term rental. Similar communities, similar to ours. And they vary depending on the type of STR and the community, obviously. But it's staff recommendation that STR licensing fees be set based on the type of STR and recommends the following schedule. Residential STRs, those are the primary residence claim on that property, be a $350 fee. Seasonal STRs, a $500 fee, and commercial STRs of a $1,000 fee. The STRs on subsurface wastewater systems, there's an additional fee proposed of $100. It's been the intent of the Planning and Development Department to implement and adopt a fee schedule that broadly supports the work that the department does, again, so that users of the services pay for those services that are provided, and to limit the department's reliance on taxpayer general fund dollars to the greatest extent practicable. Staff look at equitable approaches to the fee structure and considered cost recovery in terms of recovering the costs associated with STR, in terms of processing applications, conducting inspections, enforcing STR regulations, approving licenses, and addressing community impacts that STRs are having on the neighborhood or the town. The proposed fee schedule would implement a schedule that is more equitable across different types of STRs, recognize that different rental types may have varying impacts on the community and administrative enforcement needs. So it's staff recommendation that you adopt this fee schedule for implementation as of January 1. That's what I got.
Thank you. I know that there are a number of people here who want to address the board and address the public on this. I will say, to preface that, we have litigated the ordinance thoroughly, and the work that's gone into vetting the administration of this, I think, has also been litigated at length. So the issue that we're discussing is the fee schedule specifically. That said, if there are people here who would like to,
Oh, are we doing the public first?
do you want to?
Could I add one more comment before you
Yes.
go?
Yeah,
I
yeah,
just
yeah.
want to say
Yeah,
that,
no.
I just want to say that I think some people may think it's a new idea to have fees different for residents and non-residents.
Mhm.
That is not new. It is not new. Our harbor fees, there are
Right.
different fees for residents and non-residents. The library has fees for, I think
Right.
your card's free if you're a resident. I think it's $45 if you're a non-resident. So there are different fee structures for residents and non-residents. And
Oh,
just,
sorry, I missed that. Is there I didn't see, there's a resident and non-resident fee for within the commercial STR?
no, there's not.
Oh.
There is not. The difference is,
Why did you say that?
well, primary residential,
Idea.
primary STRs, which is an STR on someone's property. And that can be, I live in my home. I never rent my house out, but I have an accessory unit on my house, or above the garage or an accessory building. I rent that out. That's still a primary STR. So that is still counts as someone's primary residence because the owner resides there. It's their home. Every other one, commercial is commercial. You have to reside on the property specifically to be a primary residential STR.
Which is actually a little bit different than because you could have a category of, Camden resident commercial STRs. There might be an argument to be made for a meaningful difference between commercial STRs that are owned by somebody that's present in the community, like somebody who is a Camden resident and then owns and lives in their house, but then has a commercial STR somewhere else. So I thought that's what you were saying. But of course, we already created those categories between the owner occupied and
Mhm.
non-owner occupied. That's already been.
Right.
So I think we obviously need fees and they obviously need to increase. My biggest concern is making sure, I know that by having the licensing company, that is going to relieve a lot of the burden that could have fallen on staff. But I think that undoubtedly, all of the questions and complaints, and there's definitely a huge amount of staff time going into this. And so did I see somewhere that we might be hiring somebody else that
All
could?
you saw was that I think it was you maybe, or another select board member mentioned during the public hearing process, that I think you thought that I was, or whoever it was, thought
Being
that I was
overly
a little.
optimistic, that's not going to add.
Right.
And that's just what happens, because even questions from the select board about how this is working, why, did we really vote on this? All of that is going to turn into questions that you have to answer. And I just want to make sure that, especially as we do this the first year, people are going to show up in the town office asking questions, and that's as it should be. And I want to make sure that we have the bandwidth to continue working on all of the other things that have been identified as priorities by the whole town, like, the harbor public access points and, the stairs down to Marine Avenue, and all of those things can easily get cannibalized by, having to deal with all of the questions here. So it looks like the fees would be high enough.
I think the
to
fees would be high enough
accommodate.
in case we needed to hire. What I maybe envision is potentially, I'm not throwing it out there that we need it. We'll see what happens, but maybe a need for a part-time inspector to do some of the inspections. That may be it. But I'm not sure. We're not there yet. So I want to be able to have fees that can support that. And again, to provide the services that these people are applying for. These people the property owners could take it out of the STR market and rent them long-term like they were before. But they're not. They're renting them for a reason. And it's pretty clear that it's a commercial reason. So
Have there been any models anywhere where the fee can be tied somehow to the revenue generated? I know that's my only hesitancy with the fees, is wishing, there are some people that just rent their property out just a few weeks. It's
I have
not a
not
big
seen-
income generator. Of course, that would mean that all of the STRs would have to report to the town how much they're making, which I'm sure wouldn't be popular.
Yeah.
Although we do ask that from some.
I have not seen any, and again, we looked all over the country. I've not seen anyone that tied fees to what people are making, property owners are making in revenue. And I would just remind you that, and it's not everyone's STR operator is a little different, right? People do it for different reasons, but the commercial ones, it's pretty clear based on data that we received from Granicus prior, that the average annual revenue of a short-term renter or short-term rental owner is $73,000 a year in Camden. That's the average revenue of a short-term rental operator.
Yeah,
I mean, we're going to hear people that contest those numbers, but I talked to a STR operator that's in this room and mentioned this to him, and he said that's about what I'm making. So, that number's not wrong. That is the data that's out there.
I have a short-term rental in Lincolnville. I'll, disclose here, and it's only rented out seasonally, but I do think that fee would be reasonable should, another town choose to impose it on me. But I'm eager to hear from people too.
I think that the learning curve is going to be steep initially for the first year, with a lot more engagement from property owners. So you're going to have a heavier burden of responding.
I'm hopeful that the system is going to be so easy and simple that people can just go online, apply, they pay online, they submit, they're good, they've got a notice that they've paid, they've applied, and they're in a waiting queue waiting for the permit to be issued.
Yeah. Chris, I'm sorry.
Okay. Just two questions. One, to put it into some context, a $350 fee or a $500 fee, what typically What's the range of a nightly stay at one of these short-term rentals typically?
It ranges widely, and I'm sure there are some people here that operate and manage some short-term rentals, I can tell you, but if you go online, I mean, you can find them for a couple $100 a night to $1,000 a night to, I've seen some on Bayview that are pushing 10 grand a week.
Right. Okay.
So
The other question is, what's the reasoning about the $100 on the subsurface
Okay.
water system
Yep.
thing?
So
What is it?
the reason behind that is the state has new rules on short-term rentals and the subsurface wastewater rules for short-term rentals. So it's not just that we can just do an inspection. Like if you're on sewer,
Yeah.
we're going to go do a life safety inspection, make sure everything's good, and then they're going to get their license. But if you're on a septic system, you have to actually engage by law. You have to engage a site evaluator to come in, assess your system based on the number of bedrooms, right? There's a gallons per day per bedroom. However, the new law says STRs, you actually have to add capacity for the STR, whether or not you're changing the number of bedrooms, because we all know that STRs, I mean, I think probably everyone in this room has stayed in one before, and there's, a 3-bedroom plus there's 3 pull-out sofas or 3 futons, or, you may have a room. I've stayed in some STRs that have,
So,
3 bunk beds in one room.
so in short, the fee is for the inspection of the septic.
Yeah, it's like the processing and dealing with the septic issues, yes.
Okay.
This is from the state. This is not
Yep.
from your office.
Yep.
Any more questions from the board before we open it to?
I have a couple of quick questions.
Ken.
So the fee is per unit, not per property? Or, I'm not sure. So commercially, let's say somebody has 3 units on a property, what's the fee?
Yeah, if they're renting all 3 short-term, it's per dwelling unit. So if they've got 3 dwelling units on a property, it would be $1,000 a piece for each dwelling unit.
Remind me, what's the definition of a short-term rental? How length of time?
I don't remember it off the top of my head, but I believe the code said it was less than 30 days or 29 days, 28 days, 30 days.
So somebody who's renting monthly,
Doesn't apply to them,
thank you.
which the planning board was pretty, adamant about that when they went through this. They were very deliberate in their thought process, and there were places like the apprentice shop or the photographic workshops that they wanted people to be able to, and people working on boats or whatever, to be able to come into Camden and spend the summer here and pay monthly and not have to be a short-term rental.
Okay, so again, we're discussing the fee schedule. If there's anyone in the room who would like to address the fee schedule, you're welcome to come forward. And Jeremy, don't get too far away because you're our resident expert.
Pat Chen, and I'm also on the planning board. And I would like to support the fee schedule. I think one of the reasons is not to have taxpayers coming in to subsidize any short-term rental activities. So I think that was the main, I guess, point that I wanted to make.
Excellent, thank you. Anyone else?
Alex Cohen, Wood Street. I guess, I sent a letter to you guys today. I don't know if you had a chance to read it. Sorry for the late sending, but I guess fundamentally, I talked about this during the whole ordinance review process, but the 3 categories, and I think it helps to sort of keep the same definitions that's written, just so, because it's confusing. So we have to keep the same terms as we define these. So there's a residential STR, not a primary. Residential, short-term, and commercial. And so those are the terms that the planning board came up with and that the town voted. So as I understand it, and I discussed this at length to the board, the residential STRs, it could be for a accessory, it could be someone that lives in Camden, is a primary resident of Camden, has a accessory dwelling unit. Yes, that can happen. It can also happen, someone who lives in Camden, has a camp nearby, they move to their camp for the summer, and they rent their primary residence out. That's probably the more common thing. So there are a subset of folks like that. Then there's a seasonal category, which is based on the property itself being a seasonal property, not being on the, not based on the owner's residency status. And then there's a third category, which is just everybody else. And they fall into a commercial category.
Right.
Whether or not, and primarily those people are just people with second homes, primarily.
Mm-hmm.
The commercial moniker is a little misleading because it sort of connotes some commercial operator, some entity. I don't think that's in a widespread kind of, that's not widespread in Camden, at least not to my knowledge as a 23+ year real estate agent. There might be people with different reasons for owning properties, but I think the vast majority of those commercial people are simply people that love Camden, bought a house, and when they're not here, they choose to rent it, and some of them choose to rent it short term. So that's a large subset of the folks that we're labeling as commercial. And again, as the fee structure outlines, the people dumped into that commercial group, the difference is their residency status. So the residential STR pays $350, the commercial STR pays $1,000, and then that middle category, the seasonal, pays $500. I think that's correct. So I think that's fundamentally unfair. I just don't understand why, if you're doing an STR, just have everybody pay the same darn fee. Why are we trying to like kind of parse out who these people are, and sort of there's this boogeyman thing like that I hear all the time at these meetings. It's like, these people are like, I guess these commercial people should pay more because they're not part of our community. They don't go to the library, or they don't go to the church, or they don't play in the harbor. So
Well,
I don't understand why one would pay something different than the other when there's someone who rents their place for 5 months and goes to the camp, a full-time resident rents their house for 5 months while they go to their camp in Searsmont. They pay less than someone that might be from Texas, rents their house for 3 weeks. I don't understand why they're paying $1,000.
Jeremy, correct me if I'm wrong, but I would venture to say, Alex, that you would fall into that category because you own multiple properties in which you do not reside.
Yeah.
So,
I'm the
okay, let me
boogeyman.
finish.
I'm the boogeyman.
Well, you're not. But you are running real estate as a business, not let me finish. So that is the category when it is a strictly business venture for you as a property owner. That's the nature of the distinction. Am I correct? And it has nothing to do with where you live, whether you're a resident of the town or go to the library or any of those things. But I think that the distinction being you either live on the property and use part of it, or you are in the business of commercial real estate, which is non-owner occupied rental units. Am I correct in that? I want to make sure I'm not misrepresenting.
You are correct. And what voters approved, and just remind everyone what they approved. We added the commercial use of commercial STRs as defined as a commercial use in every zoning district. So they are technically commercial uses under our zoning district.
Right. Thank you.
I don't want to talk about my personal situation, which is probably uncommon in town, but the vast majority of people characterized as commercial probably don't consider themselves commercial. They simply have a second home that they may choose to rent. I just sold a house 2 weeks ago, multi-million-dollar house in Camden. There's a guest house on the property. the owner may choose to rent it short term. Not because he's a commercial operator and needs the money, just that that's sort of what people do for various reasons. It's a nice little cottage with a house with a cottage on the water. You know, these people that, you know, they're not kind of going out of their way to rent their home and exploit something. It's simply like they have a guest house that's not being used. It's on the water. It's pretty. People would like it. They'll pay some of their taxes. They'll pay some of maintenance. So I just sort of like, I just wanted to share that general perspective of how the definitions, you know, have, you know, what they mean, and then how the fee structure relates. And I have a hard time having two of the fee structure categories residency based, and then one random fee. The seasonal fee structure is just property based. It just sort of, why these two different systems, and why are we kind of, why does a resident have more rights, if you will, because they can pay less fees than a non-resident? And I will correct, I think Jeremy's wrong. I believe the harbor fees are the same. If you're a taxpayer in Camden, you pay the same mooring.
Actually, they're not.
They're not?
I just pulled this up and I had it on my screen.
I think I swear, I thought I looked it up too, and the library.
Yeah.
You know, taxpayer and resident
Are not the same.
That's not the distinction we're making either. It's
well,
dwelling on the property or not.
It's the type of property and the way that it's managed more so than whether it's a resident property or not. If I own a property that I don't inhabit, I'm a commercial landlord, different from.
I mean, we could go down, well, if that's the case, the people that rent their homes for 30 days are commercial operators. So they should be, you know, they should have.
There, if they've gone.
No, I'm talking about anybody. I take my house on, you know, the house on Bayview Street you might be talking about. I could put someone in there for 30 days. I don't have to have a fee or anything like that.
Not a
I'm a
short-term rental.
commercial operator then.
Then you're outside of the parameters of this conversation because it's no longer a short-term rental.
Yeah. It's the
I'm just
commercial
responding to
argument,
your
the commercial argument relative to STRs doesn't hold water as you compare it to just multi-units or a house in town that someone owns and rents long-term. The owner of that effectively is a commercial operator because they're renting out a house that they don't live in either, but they don't have to pay a fee and they don't have to go through an inspection process. It's just hypocritical, Susan. That's really what I'm trying to say. And, you know, if the inspection process is all about safety, you know, you're going after STR people and you don't care about the person that rents for 30 days and you don't care about, the town doesn't care about you or anybody here on the board, whether or not they, you know, their houses are safe. It's just STR people that they're concerned about. If that is in fact the purpose of the ordinance. If it is in fact safety, I don't know.
Well, I think it's multifaceted. Okay.
So I just want equality and parity. And the way the fee structure is, it picks certain people over other people.
Thank you. Jeremy, would you like to respond?
I mean, I won't go into too much detail, but I mean,
Yeah.
you got to just remember what the code says and what voters approved. And they approved a commercial category. They approved I'm sorry, I call it, and to Alex's credit, it is called residential STRs. In my head, the board has always called those primary residential STRs because those are the properties that people reside in. That's their primary residence. They claim homestead exemption, they vote, they pay taxes, and they register their cars at that address.
Right.
So.
Thank you. I'm going to look, Meg, I'll be, just one second. There was someone who had their hand up on
Ethan.
Zoom.
Ethan Shaw.
Ethan, if you'd like to go ahead.
Yes, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello?
Uh-huh.
Yeah, okay. I just wanted to jump in. I wanted obviously to speak in support of the fee structure the real boogeyman in this whole situation is one of Alex's creation. He's interested in trying to make this a residential versus non-residential. And Susan, you nailed it on the head. It's really about the use of the property and who resides, who's using that property as their home. And if they're using that property as their home and renting it out part-time to help pay their mortgage or something like that, the planning board was very strongly in favor of allowing that to be a sort of a lesser use than somebody who is putting it into, as Jeremy has indicated, a commercial enterprise. You know, if the person who just bought that multi-million-dollar home on the waterfront has a guest house, they have three options really. They can do nothing with the guest house. They can put it into the short-term rental market and make a ton of money, or they can put it into long-term rental and support the town and the housing that's required for people that work in the restaurants or the schools or other places. And maybe that property isn't suitable for that. Maybe Alex scoffs at that. But the planning board was very attuned to the fact that a lot of these commercial short-term rentals are being pulled out of the housing market, available housing market. And so the fee structure, I think, is designed to sort of address that. And we always envisioned that this fee structure would be self-supporting and not be a drain on the taxpayers. And I think Pat hit that on the head when she came up and spoke. The whole design was we cover the costs of the contractor to do their regulation and to sort of run the whole registration and identification aspect. And then you have the burden on the staff, which we hope will not be too much, but again, as Jeremy indicated, may require hiring of a half-time person or something like that. And the fee structure is designed to address that. And again, with the just to address Alex's other point on the seasonal rentals, not really suitable for year-round rental, so they're not really pulling from the year-round long-term housing market. And that was another aspect of why we chose to treat them differently. And you know, I feel like a lot of these commercial short-term rentals, I mean, Alex can say that it's just somebody who wants to move here in a couple of years, but there's a lot of evidence out there across the country that there are investors buying up properties just to put them into the market. And we don't know the numbers on that in Camden. We never were able to get the numbers without hiring a firm to identify things. We may learn more about that, but it's been a wild, wild west of just running around renting these properties and making money. The numbers, you know, you can believe them or not, but $70,000 a year if you buy a property in Camden and put it into short-term rental, it's pretty solid in return on an investment. And a $1,000 fee is a pretty minimal charge to address, you know, the costs to the town. So that's my piece on that.
Thank you, Ethan. Meg?
Hi, I'm Meg Barclay, Hosmer Pond Road, and I have a commercial category short-term rental. Long story short, we bought a derelict property, catty corner to our house, didn't have a well, didn't have a septic system. We fixed it up because we thought it would help the neighborhood. And to cover our costs, we made it into a short-term rental because having it, you know, a monthly rental would not cover our costs. And I have to say that maybe some people make $70,000 a year, but some years we lose money on it. And some years we might make like $16,000. And, you know, it's a pretty low budget operation. And I wouldn't be surprised if some house on the ocean did, but there's a wide range, I would like to say, of properties that are in that category. But the thing that I want to address is what was brought up by Ms. Chen, I think it is, of the planning board, that the planning board thought that they did not want to have the taxpayers be burdened by the cost of inspecting the rentals. But by definition, everyone who owns a property is a taxpayer, whether they're living in that property or not, and that's part of the operating cost of your rental. And so that rental theoretically would not be someone using the school system, obviously police and fire are part of it, snow plowing and all that stuff. So I'm wondering if the vast disparity between the commercial and the residential categories is really justified when everyone who owns a property like that actually is a taxpayer. That's all I want to say.
Thank you, Meg. Anyone else? Thank you. Yep.
Good evening. My name is Lucia De Cordere. I'm one of the planning board members, and full disclosure, my husband and I own one of the inns in town. I am here to support this fee structure and the three categories that we all discussed. And owning an inn, one learns that there's a big difference between renting long-term and renting short-term, because the wear and tear, and also you're bringing in the public on more of a daily basis into your properties, and therefore you have to make sure it's safe. You have to have, as we do, all of the carbon monoxide testing, all of the fire safety, all of these things, and the town could be held liable. I mean, you know, there's a lot of discussion. There's been a lot of discussion in other towns, and that's one of the reasons why this is a long time in coming, and it's an absolute necessity to protect the town. There is a big difference between, I think, between what the guest experience is in an inn and what the guest experience is in an Airbnb or a short-term rental when nobody's there, which is fine. Some people are looking for all different things, but it is true that the money made on a short-term rental is much greater than a long-term rental. And if, you know, and just like anywhere else, I mean, I am a free market person. I'm, you know, support people making money in the market, but I also support fairness. And I do think that, you know, just like anywhere else, if you cannot afford that extra house that you have, you can always sell it for a huge amount of money here. Your extra house should not be on the taxpayer because it does cost a lot more to have these inspections that you wouldn't have to have for a 3-month rental or a 6-month rental. So I do support this tax structure, or not the tax structure, the fee
schedule.
structure.
Great.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Anyone else? Seeing no hands, let's turn it back. Oh, Chris?
Chris O'Rowe, Howell Hill Road, Planning Board Vice Chair. I just want to start off with commerce is not a bad thing. Being a commercial operation is not a bad thing. We like businesses coming into town. They bring revenue, they bring people. No one is saying that commerce or a commercial rental is a bad thing. It just has to be regulated, and that's what we've all agreed on, and there are fees associated with that. Second thing I want to say is both the planning board did a huge amount of research, and then the staff has done a huge amount of research, and this is one of those moments that we say, let's hear from the experts, and if they say this is what it's going to cost for the hours, then I defer to experts. There's been a lot of discussion of why is it different? What's the difference? One of the major differences is that properties which are in the commercial rental mode put a far bigger burden on the town. They have it's more of a burden on town staff in terms of monitoring them and inspecting them. It's also a bigger burden on the town in terms of infrastructure, in terms of roads, in terms of trash. We have lots of stories of people leaving their trash in community dumpsters because they can't be bothered to take it to the dump. Last spring, when there was a discussion with the town about the flashing light speed limit signs, the speed limit signs. We heard several residents say, can we get these installed by spring before the short-term rentals show up and start tearing down these roads? So it's a higher fee because these facilities put a higher burden on the town. And the last thing I want to say, I just thought it was very interesting in Jeremy's intro. For years, we've been talking about this, and our data on the planning board side has said there were 300 to 400 short-term rentals. People opposed to all the regulations said that number couldn't possibly be true. It was way too high. And we heard from all of the bids on that software came in at the 320 to 350 numbers. So again, I kind of just go to, this is not coming out of nowhere. This is not coming from just made up numbers. This is coming from a lot of years of people who spent a lot of time doing the numbers and putting it all together. So obviously I'm a supporter of the fee structure as is.
Thank you, Chris. All right, I'll bring it back to the board.
Yeah, I would just like to add that in terms of the impact on the town, I think the actual inspection part of it is certainly, that's certainly a part of the impact, but the larger impact to me that I didn't see or understand when I first got on the select board that I now see more clearly now is that every time when the town goes to plan, and this isn't because anybody's doing anything wrong, it's just the nature of things. When you go to plan a project in town, anywhere, we know, for instance, that if we're gonna dig up Main Street right now, we know, okay, that takes a different level of planning because we're gonna be impacting people's businesses. And so there's a lot more that goes into it. When we go to do something on Pearl Street or Central Street and all of a sudden, you're not just working with residents who many of them already know, oh yeah, we've been having these sewer problems for years. Good, the town's finally doing something. And most people are at least following along a little. But when people are counting on the income from these short-term rentals, and then all of a sudden they find out that there's going to be a project on the street, it understandably, it really impacts them because you're impacting their business. They have bookings already, people that are expecting a certain kind of thing. And so those people need a lot more interaction with the town. They need to know when the excavator is going to be there. They tend to, not on purpose, but they ask a lot more questions. They have a lot more, not everybody, but just a lot more grievances because a lot of them are depending on that income. So I think just the general communication that's needed from the town when you're doing work and planning projects in areas where people are making a lot of money or just some money enough that they're depending on it, it requires a lot more work from us, and that it's a hidden cost that diverts attention from, from other town priorities.
Good point. Anything else from the board before we?
Yeah, I got a couple of questions, a couple for Jeremy too. But on the building and project thing, isn't that why we have a building permit fee structure? That's
No, I'm talking about projects the town does.
Okay.
So like when we go to dig up all of Pearl Street, for instance, and I can tell you everywhere on Pearl Street where there's a short-term rental, just because those people needed a higher level of engagement. Some from town staff, some were not satisfied with the answers they got from town staff and came to me as a select board member, where then I had to become knowledgeable enough about what the rules were, ask, then try to talk to the person. And that's the kind of stuff
And
Central Street was another one.
Central Street's another one. When we did the Washington Street side, I can name you every single public works project we've done over the past 7 years. It is always the short-term rentals where it's the highest level of questions, engagement,
Can't take the street parking away. I mean, we've heard that too on Central Street, while we're doing the project on Central Street, repaving and doing the sidewalk there. You've got to
People
make
that
sure,
didn't get notices,
make
they don't
sure
get the
that the
text messages.
STR renter has their place to park out on the street while we're doing work. I mean, those are, I think, kind of the.
Street
some of the
parking
things.
bans, you know, we have a system where we're alerting residents to, okay, you can't park tonight because there's going to be a storm. Those people are in the system. But if you don't, and that's where it comes down to somebody that is, they're renting out a parcel or a dwelling unit on their own property, they're more able to communicate with that person. So that does become a lower impact rental to the town because there's somebody there. You know, a lot of the time, there are many examples, but we always miss sort of these hidden costs that are taking up a lot of town staff time, not just in that department, but the police
I
department,
mean,
the public works department.
it inevitably gets escalated all the way from Jeremy's department to me, to, like Allison said, sometimes select board members, you know, there's just multiple hands touching this.
All right, that was going to be my kind of other part of the question, and maybe you've mentioned some of the soft costs, but if I recall, when we were talking about initially the software a year or so ago, and the fee structure is supposed to cover the cost of the operations, I think somebody asked, as it was mentioned, that, well, are you sure you're going to be able to do this with the current staff? And I think that answer was yes. So it looks like if we're, you know, trying to cover the cost of the operation, you know, and we've got 300, that's the math. Well, it seems like it's big, but just one last thing. Does it really cost more to administer a commercial property than it costs is the inspection price different? What's different in that cost of?
No. Okay.
Is
The
it a
inspection's
soft
not
cost?
different. The inspection's not different. I think there's some soft costs that we were just talking about, the department wide. You look at, and I'm just going to go to the harbor fees. This is the same thing, right? We have resident and non-resident fees in the harbor. There's a reason that residents of Camden are paying, you know, a smaller fee than non-residents. There's a reason. That was decided many, many years ago. This is the same type of scenario. That's how we're looking at it.
So
and when I say trying to get our department to have people that are getting our services pay for the services and not have it fall on the general fund necessarily. And I get it that these people that have commercial STRs or seasonal ones, they may not live there. They are still taxpayers. You're right. That's true. But when everyone is talking about, we hear, and I'm in the assessing office, I hear those people complaining about property taxes going up, property values going up. Those aren't just residents of Camden. Those are the people with second and third homes that are coming into the office complaining about their property taxes going up. So we're trying, and I'm trying to, and most towns now, again, going back to the LPC, when I met down there in Augusta, a lot of towns are trying to look at other ways to reduce people's property taxes. And the one way to do that, Maine does not give municipalities many options to reduce property taxes at all. You know, they sit in Augusta and, you know, they think towns are evil because property taxes are going up. Well, they don't give us any opportunity to do anything. We don't have local option sales tax. There's no lodging taxes that come back to the municipality. There's zero of, taxes that come back to the municipality. There's revenue sharing. We get a scant percentage. But this is one way to try to reduce the costs of our department on the general fund taxpayer, again, by having someone like users pay the fees.
So in this case, you're actually saying the fees for short-term rental are actually higher than just having the short-term rental program. They are being used to offset other costs, other department costs are being offset.
Not necessarily. I'm just
Not
trying
just
to say
these.
that we're trying to get all of the fees that you'll look at the fee schedules again eventually, because we're going to bring the other fee schedule back to you for some changes. But across the board, we're trying to, again, have the users of services pay for the services we provide. And we provide retirement for employees. We provide health insurance for employees. We have professional development that we have to go through. We have training that's required, mandated by law. And again, I want the users of our services to pay for those things. So it's not falling on everyone. And this is one way to equitably try to do that. And this is used across the board in the state. People are doing this. This is not new. It's not like, again, we're trying to use the best management practices on this we've looked at it all over the country.
Well, I'm just trying to make that distinction because I know when we've talked about fees before, we want to have the right fee so that it pays for whatever.
Yeah, I get that.
And I'd rather be upfront and say, hey, this is going to pay for the incremental expense to manage a short-term rental program and other department costs.
Well, there's a lot of department
might as well
costs.
be upfront about it.
Yeah, I would just, going back to one of the first things you said about when I was asked, is it going to cost, are we going to need another employee, another inspector? And I initially said no. And I kept saying, no, I think we can handle it. I think we can handle it. And it was the select board during the hearing, are you sure? And I was still saying, yeah, pretty sure. But the select board, I think, were the ones that said, you might need another inspector, another person. And if we do, I want to be able to do that. And
It's not just your department, though, is the thing. It
Correct,
impacts all
correct.
these other departments. It's a portion of the
That's
town
true.
manager's time, it's a portion of the town attorney's time, it becomes a
PD.
portion of the select board's time. It's a portion, these meetings actually aren't cheap when you add up all of the time. So
Police Department, Public Works.
Public Works, all of those departments end up getting
Wastewater.
involved.
I do wish there were more ability to delineate, to stratify just a little bit more, because I think, somebody like, Meg's situation, where that, to me, it's sort of more like supervised and unsupervised in some, that's part of the impact to the town or not, is whether there's a property owner there that's vigilant and,
Right.
so,
Not all
the
property
Camden
owners.
resident thing of saying, okay, if you're a Camden resident that has a second property in
Not all,
Camden.
right, but not all property owners that, live here and have a short-term renter here, always live here,
That's
right? They may go away for the winter. Meanwhile, their short-term rental is still operating. Just throwing that out.
Right, it's just hard
Possible.
because when you know certain situations, you know that, oh, well, that doesn't quite fit like that, and
I mean, I looked at how other communities across the country and the state were doing fee schedules for short-term rentals, and this is generally how they're doing it. And the fees, I laid them out across the board, whether it be Kennebunkport, Cape Elizabeth, Falmouth, Rockland's $500, Bangor, they're all in and around that ballpark. Our property values in Camden, everyone knows, are through the roof. I mean, the real estate here is expensive. And so to me, where Cape Elizabeth's $1,000, we're $1,000. I'm proposing $1,000. The $500. Some communities do that. Primary residence one have a lower fee. This is not like I didn't create this out of nowhere. It's just being
what about
used across the
homestays?
country.
I forgot to ask about homestays.
Yeah,
Is there still no
homestays
fee
don't
for
qualify.
homestays?
They do not require short-term rental registration because they're staying in your home. They're not renting the dwelling unit,
Well, I
right? So
think
if someone rents a bedroom or a wing of their house as part of
With no
on
kitchen.
Airbnb as a short-term rental, if it's not a dwelling unit that someone's renting, then there's no requirement to register.
I mean, I think the reality is, even if you do the math and you figure every single short-term rental at the $1,000 rate, which they are not,
They
many
are
of them
not.
are going to be at the lower.
They're not.
There's no way that because you're looking at 350 to maybe 450 units overall. Even if you did them all at the $1,000 rate, it's not going to be commensurate with the total costs that are associated with owning the software, your staffing. It's
Yeah, I
not a
think so.
profit center. It's not about making money. I mean, it's about trying to cover some of the costs. I think the other piece, which is a bit of a digression, but I need to say it, is that the intangibles or not so intangible impacts of the proliferation of commercial short-term rentals on the community is really something that we have some soul searching to do. And there's really no way around it because it's a right of a property owner to do. but the way that it makes our neighborhoods feel and the way that it makes us feel, you know, I own a rental property across the street. And when I was renovating it, everyone was saying, are you going to Airbnb? Are you going to Airbnb? Are you going to Airbnb? And I said, no, because I want a neighbor. I don't want the churn in my, I don't want that churn in my neighborhood. I want a neighbor. I want a friend. I want to know who's there. I want somebody to look after my dog, that kind of thing, because my dog always goes over there. But, you know, I think that as a community, that's really something that we've taken a big hit.
Mhm.
And I think that there's a cost associated with it because we don't know who's there. And so that's my little soapbox about it. But this is not a profit center, but I think the distinction is an important one. And I know that you've put a lot of thought in it. You haven't arrived at
And
this.
the planning board did through all those meetings and discussions.
I
They
know,
talked
this has
about different
been-
levels of this. So
Yeah.
again, it's not out of nowhere and should be no surprise.
Right.
And we don't have a cap. I mean, that was what was
No, that was the-
recommended. And this was a big compromise to try to appease concerns. And from what I've seen, it didn't appease many concerns, but many people really felt like we should have put a cap on this category. And that's going to have to be, reevaluated at some point. And that's going to take a lot of our time and a lot of staff time just to evaluate that. But Camden went a lighter route than many in response to feedback. So.
Yeah. I mean, if we're at 350 to 400, we're at like 14% of the housing stock in Camden in the short-term market.
disaster.
That's huge. But Bar Harbor's capped theirs at 6% of the housing market,
And Rockland has like 50 total that they're allowed, or is that 100?
which is one of the reasons why the planning board was really pushing for that 150 cap.
Yeah, there's a good argument to be made.
But that
I would-
digress. This has nothing to do with the fee schedule.
I would move that we approve the fee schedule as presented.
Do I have a second?
Yes, I'll second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? Tom, looks like 500.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Appreciate it.
Jeremy,
Yeah.
for your efforts. All right, moving right along.
I don't mind.
I have to scroll back through all of this to the next. Where's my little paper agenda?
A
I didn't
lot
get
of,
paper.
lot of information, a lot in
I
that
know, so
packet
many
about the rental
pages, so many
scape.
pages about the, okay. On to, I'm almost there.
Participation in the class.
Oh, and the
action
class
lawsuit.
action lawsuit. PFAS contamination of wastewater.
So we have Ken Sansone from SL Environmental Law Group, who's here to explain the lawsuit to us and Camden's participation in it. Do we want to wait for a few people to?
Yeah, it's just so everybody can hear.
Yeah.
Yeah. If folks are going to be leaving, we're going to try to listen to somebody on Zoom, otherwise appreciate your attention. Okay, all right,
Sorry, Ken, we're ready for you now.
come back, Ken.
Yeah, sorry, I just had to plug in my computer so I didn't lose you. Hey, everybody. I've had the chance to meet some of you in the room before. Nice to meet those of you I haven't. I'm Ken Sansone from SL Environmental Law Group. I am joining you this evening from Concord, New Hampshire, which is where my office is. My firm, SL Environmental, is a firm that exclusively represents utilities in cases over contamination of their resources, typically drinking water, but increasingly in these days, contamination of wastewater and the products that result from wastewater treatment. My firm has been doing these kinds of cases for about 20 years now. And really the innovation that we brought to this kind of litigation was to focus on the manufacturers of products that typically were made in places very far away from where the effects were being felt, but were brought there, they were used and disposed of in the ordinary course, just as they were intended to be. But that process has resulted in contamination of local resources. And when we pursue these manufacturers through litigation, we use products liability law, which ultimately makes manufacturers responsible for the harm caused by their defective products. And we've done these cases over a number of different products over the years. And over the past 7 or 8 years or so, we've become very involved in cases over PFAS. And I'm sure you all know what that is. It's actually a term that refers to thousands of different chemicals that share a common molecular structure, which makes them both very useful and also very dangerous to human health and the environment. And these chemicals were essentially invented. They're entirely man-made by a 3M company back in the 1950s, produced exclusively by 3M for decades until DuPont got involved in making them in the late 1990s. And these chemicals were used in thousands of different consumer and commercial products, nonstick cookware, stain and water resistant clothing, cosmetics, food packaging, just a wide variety of products that many people use every day. And one of the consequences of that has been the presence of PFAS in wastewater streams. And the wastewater treatment process produces a couple of different outputs. One of those is treated wastewater effluent, which needs to be discharged into something, typically a nearby body of water. This is all done, of course, according to strict permitting requirements. And then it also produces biosolids, which are a solid form of waste. And some of you are undoubtedly familiar with this story. This waste is a resource. It's typically used as a soil amendment. That was done with biosolids in the state of Maine for many years. But then a couple of years ago, because of concerns over PFAS contamination from biosolids, the legislature decided to just completely ban the land application of biosolids because of concerns over PFAS. And importantly, that rule applies whether you have PFAS in your biosolids or not. Most wastewater operators do, but it's just an outright ban. So what we've seen in Maine over the past couple of years is that the costs of wastewater operations have been increasing because of these more stringent requirements. So on a parallel track, there's been a lot of litigation brought by drinking water providers over PFAS that they've been finding in their drinking water. And there is a whole regulatory history there. But the most important and most recent development was that the United States EPA has essentially banned several forms of PFAS from drinking water supplies across the country, except above very low levels. My firm was handling claims over PFAS in drinking water on behalf of a couple of hundred different water systems all across the country. And those claims were all filed as part of what's known as a multi-district litigation. So that's a device that the federal courts use when there are a lot of different claims being filed against the same defendants over the same thing to try to create a more streamlined process. So that was done with claims over PFAS. That proceeding was put under the supervision of a judge who happens to sit in Charleston, South Carolina. He had decided that we should work on the drinking water claims first. We did that. And so far we've gotten 4 national class action settlements for drinking water systems who are affected by PFAS. And we've represented several water systems in Maine who had PFAS detections throughout that litigation process and ultimately helping them participate in these settlements. And so the question becomes what's next when it comes to the litigation over PFAS. And certainly my firm thinks that one of the things that's going to happen next is increasing numbers of claims brought by wastewater operators who are affected by regulations of PFAS in their wastewater treatment systems, and again, in the outputs of those systems. And the idea behind these lawsuits, whether it's by a water system or by a wastewater treatment operator, are the same. These additional costs are effectively imposed on these utilities and ultimately on the ratepayers of the utilities, who are the people in the communities that are served by the utilities. And the costs are imposed because of the behavior of these manufacturers in designing and marketing and selling these products that were defective for containing these dangerous chemicals. And I think more importantly, in the case of PFAS, not warning anybody, and in fact, taking steps to conceal the dangers of these products. So through these lawsuits, we really try to shift the costs from ratepayers to the manufacturers. And we've been involved in efforts to do that on behalf of wastewater operators in Maine. We represent about a half dozen so far who have retained us to bring claims against these manufacturers to try to recoup whatever costs we can. We represent the city of Bangor. We represent Portland Water District, York Sewer District, Scarborough Sanitary District, Brunswick Sanitary District, and Sanford Sanitary District. And all of those agencies hired us because, again, they're concerned about their additional costs in dealing with the PFAS in their wastewater. They had no responsibility for putting it there. And so they're trying to use the litigation process to shift the cost to these manufacturers. I've had a couple of discussions about my firm, our background, our approach, both with the Public Works Director, also with Bill Kelly, outside town council. Also, the city manager was present for one of those discussions. And I hope those discussions were helpful in conveying what we're proposing to do here. One of the subjects of the discussions were the terms of my firm's engagement. So my firm handles all of these cases on a strictly contingency fee basis. We just get an agreed upon percentage of the recovery. In this case, it would be 32.5%. And if there isn't any recovery that we're able to obtain, we don't get anything. If there are any costs associated with bringing the lawsuit forward, if these cases approach trial, they, as you might imagine, involve a lot of expert witnesses in various fields. We pay all of those costs, all costs associated with the litigation in the first instance, and we are reimbursed for those costs out of the recovery if and only if there's a recovery sufficient to reimburse. If not, we end up absorbing those costs. One other point that I think is worth making, and then I'm happy to take any questions that you have. Right now, there is no class action that's been put in place for claims by wastewater operators. What we are proposing to do is to file a case on behalf of the town as part of this multi-district litigation proceeding that I described. And that is an advantageous approach because one of the efficiencies that process includes is when claims are filed, they're not immediately put into this sort of intensive discovery process and with motion practice and the like that you would typically see in a lawsuit like this. There's a streamlined process where plaintiffs who file have to just provide a brief form really summarizing their own PFAS impacts, results of any testing that they've done and things like that. And then really we're in kind of a holding pattern to try to get to the point where we can try to move these cases forward. It's possible, and I think it's probably even more likely than not, that the wastewater cases will end in some sort of class action settlement just like the drinking water cases did. I have no guarantee of that. We really haven't gotten to the point where we've been able to work on these cases yet. We've been working on drinking water. There were thousands of personal injury cases filed as part of this proceeding, as you might imagine, from people who have gotten sick from exposure to PFAS, typically from working with it, firefighters using firefighting foam mostly, which has PFAS in it. We're confident that we'll get to these at some point. So I think a question arises. This is something that I've discussed in my prior conversations about this with your representatives. Well, why should we file? Why shouldn't we just kind of sit back and wait to see what happens? And that's an understandable question. I think the answer is that there are advantages to filing, which I think we saw in the drinking water cases. These drinking water settlements, anybody who was affected by PFAS was eligible to participate. However, water systems who had actually gone the extra mile, filed a lawsuit and kind of put themselves out there, they received a significant increase in their payouts under those settlements. And again, I can't guarantee that we would see something like that in any class action settlement for wastewater claims, but certainly that's a structure that's been used in 4 different settlements now, and it's been approved by the court twice already in 2 of those settlements. And I would anticipate it's going to be approved in the other 2. So it's something to take advantage of if you can. The disadvantages, I think, to not filing are the same disadvantages to waiting to assert your legal rights in any other kind of case. There are going to be concerns about the statute of limitations and other issues like that that can arise if you don't act promptly. So my proposal, I think what's before you this evening, is to retain my firm to handle these claims on your behalf against these manufacturers, and to, obviously with the involvement of the town attorney and town staff, prepare a lawsuit to be filed against these manufacturers as part of the multi-district litigation proceeding that I described. So thank you very much for listening to all of that, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you so much, Ken. I appreciate it. I'm looking at this massive list of districts, water districts, and municipalities that you're already representing. And I'm wondering if, given the preponderance of evidence about the danger of PFAS and the pervasiveness of it and the harm that it's caused, do you find that the manufacturers are in more of a posture of settling than trying these cases, or are they still going to really try to put up a defense?
So it's hard to say. I mentioned 3M and DuPont. These are the manufacturers of PFAS containing compounds that were used in a lot of different products. Mm-hmm. There are also about a dozen other manufacturers who we typically sue in these cases, whose only contribution was to make firefighting foam containing PFAS. Mm-hmm. And 3M and DuPont have settled the drinking water cases. Only 2 of these other manufacturers have settled so far. They continue to fight on. So I think it depends on which manufacturer we're talking about. And I will say, and 3M has said this publicly, their stated intention is to try to resolve all of these claims and move on without ending up in insolvency. And I think everybody agrees that would be a poor outcome for everyone who's been affected by PFAS and would probably reduce overall recoveries. But DuPont hasn't said the same. So you have kind of different postures depending on who you're talking about. You're quite right that the evidence of wrongdoing or fault here on behalf of these companies is overwhelming. And the sort of regulatory consensus that PFAS is a serious problem that needs to be dealt with, and we need to adopt regulatory standards that are going to reduce or eliminate its entry into the environment is also very strong. So that makes for a pretty strong lawsuit. No doubt about that. But the bottom line is we have not yet seen any settlement with any wastewater operator yet. So
Just to follow up on that, would Camden have the burden of demonstrating what the challenges are to our wastewater system, the expense that we would have to incur to clean the water to the acceptable level? I would imagine that it varies by municipality. So when there's a class settlement, obviously it's distributed according to what each municipality or what each plaintiff is confronting.
yeah, so that's certainly the way that drinking water settlements were handled. There are prorated distributions from different funds depending on the extent of the impacts and crucially whether the concentrations of PFAS in a particular drinking water source exceed the level that I mentioned before was set by EPA. That's the way those settlements have been set up. I will say that my firm has a lot of experience in doing these cases as what I would call one-offs. So, PFAS is just such a widespread problem that we have all these cases over it at the same time. And there have been these global settlements, if you will. But it's very typical of the work my firm does on these cases to work with outside engineering experts, again, who we handle or we hire at our own expense and work with staff to figure out what the costs are going to be, the long-term costs of treating whatever the contaminant is to whatever the regulatory standards are or even are likely to be. So that's certainly something that we would be doing as part of our work on this case.
Great, thank you. Any other questions from the board?
What's the downside? What's the burden on town staff, and is there any risk in going to court over this issue?
So the burden on town staff, I think, is pretty minimal, at least in the initial stages. And the way that I see this going, as I mentioned, is we file it as part of this multi-district litigation. There's a very, very minimal burden on staff associated with that, both getting the complaint filed and then again providing really that fact sheet worth of information that is necessary at the outset of a lawsuit. And then really there's a period of relative dormancy in the lawsuit where we would certainly want to be kept abreast of what's going on with PFAS by staff, but there would not be a demand on staff time. And then if we're able to resolve this by way of some sort of mass settlement, that would kind of be the extent of staff involvement. On the other hand, and this is an important point that I should have made as part of my opening remarks, if whatever the mass settlement has to offer the town is not acceptable to you as the board of selectmen, and ultimately it's your decision whether to accept or reject any settlement, then I think we'd be moving into a more active litigation posture that would require more time on behalf of staff. There would be depositions and document collections and the like. I can say that my firm has taken a number of different utilities through that process in cases over other contaminants, and we've worked with utilities of all sizes, large cities like New York, and then very tiny mutual water systems that serve only, a couple dozen homes. And we're able to, I think, kind of use our experience in dealing with that process and easing the burden on our client and our client's staff. In terms of risk in asserting these claims, I don't see much. The fact that you have PFAS in your wastewater treatment system as the result of state mandated testing is out there. And I can say this universally, I've done a couple hundred of these cases. Whenever we file one, the reaction on behalf of members of the community and the general public tends to be positive, because really the whole premise here, as I mentioned, is to try to lessen the financial burden on them and to try to shift it on the manufacturers of these products. So I don't see a lot of litigation risk here by taking action rather than abstaining from action.
So basically, the, the burden on the town staff is to document our costs because the settlement would be based on, directly on our costs.
It could be, or I think it's probably likely if we look at the drinking water settlements as a model, those had a couple of different funds. One of them was based on really an effort to try to estimate future costs by looking at the concentrations of PFAS in the water supplies and really the size of those water supply systems, because bigger systems, of course, are going to cost more. But a separate fund under the settlement was created for compensation for money that had already been spent. So you're right, documenting money that's spent in response to PFAS would also be part of what we would be asking the staff to do. But generally, we find that a lot of our clients are doing that anyway. They usually have a project code that they assign to these kinds of efforts. And it's been relatively straightforward. I mean, we took over 200 clients through that process as part of the drinking water settlements already.
Yeah, thank you, Ken. And just one other question. Where was this idea initiated? From our wastewater department or through our legal department or from SL Environmental?
I believe it actually originated at Midcoast Solid Waste. Dave was the first one to hear about this opportunity.
So you want me to answer that?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, I was looking into this, and I had talked with Bill Kelly about this prior to contact with Ken, but I was approached by an individual by the name of Ted Kennedy. He's the executive director, or he's the former executive director and education manager of the New England Waterworks Association. So he knows that this area of costs associated with PFAS and the up and coming regulations were going to be a concern of operators in Maine. And he contacted me and was talking with me about it and introduced me to Ken. And that's kind of how we touched base and started discussing this. And I mean, as a separate note, I'm trying to incorporate in also Midcoast Solid Waste as part of this class action, or it's not class action, but it's this claim. Because we have a similar situation over there, which is partially why the reason we have it at the treatment plant too. So they're kind of linked.
Thank you, Dave.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
Can you call? Just anybody that, thank you for that presentation, but anybody that might want to learn more about this, there's a book called Exposure by Rob Ballot, who's the attorney who basically identified PFAS and some of its impacts and has been fighting this for years and years. And if you like movies better, it's called, there's one called Dark Waters, which is really good. But, the state of Maine has its own, is filing a major suit against these companies too, because it's just the costs are really incredible. We're already incurring costs over at Midcoast Solid Waste because we've had to test for PFAS for 2 or 3 years now. Camden's already been identified as one of the towns that has a higher amount of PFAS in its effluent that goes into the harbor. We know that one of the major sources is Midcoast Solid Waste. So, as we're talking about, working with Rockport and various things connected to our wastewater treatment plant, it's definitely, it's already having a cost for us that we know we have this stuff in our effluent that is undesirable. So
as well as the biosolids.
I was going to say the biosolids is the big
right, then
one.
that's a huge
That's
cost
an immediate, that was
already incurring.
We're already incurring because, we used to land spread like Ken was saying. And, now that we can't do that, it has to be landfilled. So there's a cost to landfilling biosolids that's higher than if we were land spreading it.
Right. And a lot of our biosolids were being composted. It was a major outlet for the biosolids, which are beneficially reused all over, for all kinds of things. And we no longer can do that. As Ken was saying earlier, the state has banned that, which basically changes our transportation costs and our disposal costs. They're much higher now.
But the good news is if we put in a system that could get rid of PFAS, then our water would be a whole lot cleaner overall too. So it's kind of good timing.
Can we ask what Bill Kelly's thought is on participating in this? Is that fair, Bill? You're on mute.
Hey, folks, can you hear me? Okay.
Yes.
Sure can. Thank you, Bill.
Yeah, we had a very long conversation, close to an hour and a half with Ken and Audra and Dave the other day, and it was really helpful. I don't have any reservations about this. I actually like this approach. You may or may not know, but I was trained as a trial attorney and I've tried a lot of cases. So there wasn't one thing that Ken described in the process and the reasons behind the decision making that I found either out of the norm or not a good strategy. So there's a lot of upside. There's no downside. I'm quite comfortable with whatever the town may need to do to support Ken in this, depending on which stage he needs our input. Just be aware, folks, this is the beginning of what could be a long road. It's hard to predict when it's going to be over. But I do think it's important to get the foot in the door, as Ken described, and get this suit at least in position. Two other things that in Ken's background. One, he was engaged in Camden about 20 years ago, which is good. And he was a hockey player in college. And I tend to trust hockey players.
You'd be the only one, Bill. Yes, but my wife and I, who just celebrated our 22nd wedding anniversary a few weeks ago, were actually engaged in Camden back in January of 2001. So
There you go.
it's a special place in our hearts for sure.
Okay, so I would move that we authorize the town manager to enter into
A
to
legal
retain-
services agreement.
to enter into a legal services agreement with SL Environmental for the purposes described.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor? 500. Thank you so much. Keep us posted.
Will do. Thank you very much for your time this evening, and I really look forward to working with the town and town staff on this matter. I will proceed to do that. Thanks a lot.
Great.
Thanks,
Take good
Ken.
care. Thank you. And our last action item, approval of representatives to the wastewater working group. So this is.
It's like the moment I've been waiting for.
Oh my God, all night.
What is the process
Well,
that we're going to go through for that?
Volunteering
Well,
first?
volunteering.
or-
So pursuant to our workshop that we had last week with the Rockport board and managers, the next step was to appoint a working group to work on an interlocal agreement that will,
Short-term.
hopefully, a short-term agreement that
Industrial
will,
user agreement, maybe. but-
yeah, that will move us along in the process of sorting out what the needs are from Rockport and Camden, addressing capacity issues. What else would you say, Audra, were the primary functions that we're going to?
I think, primarily it's just that sort of, interim agreement before we get to anything.
So I spoke with the chair of the Rockport board today, and she is participating herself and then selecting one member from her board, and then the town manager would be involved. And so I think that that's a process that makes sense for us to replicate. So I would participate and would have one other board member. And Allison has expressed a keen interest and has a tremendous depth of knowledge on the on the, and a lot of background.
Well,
So I
sure.
would be in favor of Allison being our additional board member to participate in the wastewater working group. And then we would be bringing back any, reporting out the discussions to this board.
I'd be willing to volunteer, but I certainly will defer to Allison, who has enthusiasm and knowledge on the subject.
How do we feel?
Thanks.
And I did reach out to Tom, and Tom, because Tom also has a depth and breadth of knowledge about infrastructure, but he graciously declined, so, which is understandable. Chris, any?
No, that's, I don't really have the time myself. I know Ken had expressed some interest, but, I don't know if you've got the time, that's awesome. Otherwise, I'd support as well, Ken and Allison going at it with to do that work if Ken really wanted to. I don't know.
So what are you looking for? I couldn't.
What just
two
a thought would be, does it
members?
It maybe doesn't have to be the chair. They don't want to have anyone particularly overburdened. That's all.
No. Well, I am keenly interested in
Okay.
being a part of the process, so
I mean, I think this is just the initial thing. There's been, a lot of individual conversations on both boards. I would see this as a really kind of short-term thing to deal with the fact that whether we have an agreement right now or not, we receive Rockport's wastewater, and we need to come up with a framework for, what the what the price of that is going to be and what the short term is going to look like. And then identify, these are the things that can be recommended in the short term, and these are the things that need further study, and, bring that back to the board. Get to the point where we agree, okay, this is what's been paid, the terms, the lawsuit have been satisfied because they paid this or that. Identify any areas where there's a discrepancy or the board needs to take action, and then, we'll have lots of discussions at that point.
I think
see
sort
that
of identifying, like Allison said, the things that need to be looked at further. And that's going to be more of the long-term discussions around what the relationship looks like going forward. And, I definitely think that, the two representatives from this board, their responsibility is going to be to bring that back to the rest of you. So you're all informed about it, but also can make decisions about, what that looks like.
ideally generate a report that, summarizes what we learn.
Right.
All right, let's drive on.
Do we need a vote on that?
Do we need a vote?
Might as well, right? It's under
Let's do
action
it.
items.
Well,
I-
I'll make the motion that we'll have Susan and Allison be our representative.
Second,
All right,
I
all
can
those in
second for
favor?
myself and
Sure, why not?
Why not?
Let's do it.
bold tonight.
Okay, right, okay, so we're
Drive
500. Thank you. All right, on to discussion items.
But they've been waiting for it.
They've
this
been
whole time,
waiting for-
patiently.
The future of the mercantile in Camden Harbor.
Yeah, I don't see any documentation in the packet on this, so I don't have anything further, and people maybe listening don't either, on the mercantile future in Camden Harbor. What is the what are we missing?
Well, really, this is, there's no proposal in front of the select board at this point to do anything. I think that, everybody is, aware that the mercantile is back in Camden Harbor after being sold. We
I don't
have
think
the.
everybody
I know, I
in
don't
the
think
general
everyone's
public
aware.
is. I think we just need a basic overview of what the mercantile, it's what it is.
Yeah, I brought this forward because we talked about it at the Harbor Committee, and because of the time of year and the season and so on, there is some urgency to resolving the status of this vessel. And fortunately, our illustrious harbor master is here.
I know, I feel like it's almost blasphemous for me to be the one that describes this. So I'm going to let
I
Steve
think we're
do
gonna-
it.
Good evening. Good evening. Yeah, this is an interesting point where we're at. Usually when a schooner gets sold, it's off to different waters or a different town. There's a big plan and it starts its new life. The Merc was bought by a wonderful gentleman named Bob Schaefer. And he then was going to bring it to the Great Lakes. He got as far as Booth Bay and then he realized this isn't going to work.
But before that, before
What's
that, the
this?
Mercantile was here.
Yeah, the Mercantile's been here since 1940-ish,
There
and
we
it
go.
was
Yeah,
built
just to
in
remind everybody.
built in 1916. It was built in Eggemogan Reach, right across the way. Been plying the windjammer trade for a long time. It was my first command when I worked for Ray when I got here in '91. The boat was sold. It was going to go to the Great Lakes. It never made it. So then it came back here. It was at anchor. It slipped its anchor. One time we had to go get it, bring it back into the harbor. We just recently put it on a Lyman Morse mooring. Bob would like to put it back to its berth for the winter, where it has been for 40 years, until he can figure out what to do with it, either sell it or get some other captains involved. That's the only proposal that he has. He wrote me a letter 2 days ago saying he can't be here. He's going to be here the 9th. He's in Michigan. That's about it. I mean, there's a young man named Andrew in the audience that's been helping Bob take care of it. He's pumping the bilge every day. So basically, I would think that for tonight, I mean, obviously we can discuss the future of the Merc, but really what we need to discuss is, because it says in the ordinance that the select board will elect to rent a berth, at the town landing to a windjammer for a certain price, yada, yada. But it's you guys that makes the decision. Now, it left its berth. So we believe that we need to come to you and have you say, okay, in this capacity, we'll have you come back, the Mercantile, you can figure out, because Bob knows there's going to be a fee involved. There's usually a yearly fee for the windjammers to be at their berth. If he's going to be there till March, you guys could just say, figure out, okay, well, here's or put it back to the harbor committee to say, what's a good thing to charge him?
So it was on this, at this berth until when? And it was part of the license agreement.
It ran as a windjammer last year. And then Captain Ray Williams sold it. It left this spring.
So this was the first summer that it wasn't berthed there.
And those agreements go from when to when? Normally from,
The windjammer agreements are the 3-year.
right. And the fee is normally what, per year?
$4,000 approximately. I don't know. It's not in front of me. Something like that. But we can find that out, and you guys could. I mean, I was hoping tonight you guys would say, yeah, it could go back to that berth till March, or pick a date. I think that would be a great time, because right now it's literally got nowhere to go.
And you need our approval to be able to put it back where it was, but it's not, since it's not that normal 3-year agreement, it's falling
It's falling
different category that we don't have.
under almost like a windjammer winter berthing emergency, because we don't know what's going to happen to the Mercantile. I don't know what you want to call it.
Like transient windjammer. Or,
Yeah, something like that. It's a unique situation, but I don't think a township.
Kind of needs a short-term rental.
Yeah. Nice. So,
oh no, is anybody going to be sleeping?
Hey.
I mean, so that's it in a nutshell. I mean,
No, it's over a month, so.
Aren't you glad you all stuck here through that? Yeah.
But really, that's all. That's really what you're saying, though. We've got a boat that was here, been here a long time.
been here for a
It
long
left,
time. It
came
left.
back. It needs a home.
It needs a home. It's got a berth. That berth there. The only thing that's a little is that. So Captain Ray had a whole fleet there at one time. He sold all of them. He sold the Mistress. He got another beautiful vessel called the Swift. When the Merc left, Ray said to me, "Hey, would it be okay if I swapped and took the outside berth where the Merc usually goes, just because it's a little easier to get in and out?" I mentioned to Ray that if you guys did this for the winter, he'd have to bring that back to the Mistress berth. I mean, that's another thing. I know Ray's here. He's probably got a few things that he'd like to talk about. But I mean, as far as tonight, the future of the Mercantile, sure, we could talk about that. But really what we should be talking about is, will you guys allow the current owner of the Mercantile to rent that spot, that its original berth, back for the winter, till March. I mean,
Is there any hindrance on some other plan that you had, or you knew of some other boat that needs it? Are we displacing anybody?
no. No.
This seems easy.
Yeah, why is this tough?
Exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
there is something that makes it tough.
Okay, what makes it tough?
There's no
Say it.
insurance on that boat. That makes it very tough.
Yeah, right now, I told, Bob knows he's going to get insurance before he brings it in. So he's going to bring it to he's got to bring it to the yard, haul it out, and then he's got to have Allen Agency, because that's what they said, you have to haul it out before we give you port insurance. So you could put that in the stipulation, boat's got to have insurance.
And is Andrew going to continue? Because I know he's been overseeing it. Is Andrew going to continue?
Yes, as far as I know,
look at it?
Andrew's going to continue being the caretaker while Bob's away, because Bob lives in Michigan.
Do we normally insurance is required as part of the Windjammer agreements?
Yes.
I believe so, yes.
And is the vessel insurance worthy?
Yeah, I have a quote that I got.
Where's it going?
You want to come up
We
real
don't get
quick,
too far
Andrew?
into this unless we know.
Yeah, this does
Sorry, my.
make it so, but that could be a stipulation that you guys say, sure, we're
All
okay
the
with it.
same rules, I would think all the same rules apply as the other agreements, but prorate, just whatever the cost is normally for that longer period, make it basically the same, but for the shorter period, prorated, whatever.
You could also get a recommendation from the Harbor Committee on all the details if you don't want to work them out here
There's
tonight.
something we should be really I mean, to me, this is just like, why is this even coming to us? So I need somebody to spell out for me what's, oh,
I think I can answer some of these questions when time is right.
Go ahead.
Is that commercial passenger vessel?
My name is Ray Williamson. I'm a Camden resident and business owner. I've owned Main Windjammer Cruises with my wife Ann since 1986 and operated there with 3 vessels until just a couple of years ago when we started to move into semi-retirement. We lease 3 berths. It says in the ordinance that there are 3 berths at the end of the dock. The truth is, there's really only one. That berth has 1 set of moorings, and the Grace Bailey, formerly the Maddie, would tie up to those moorings, and then the Mercantile would come along the outside, raft up to the Grace Bailey, and the Mistress would come on the inside and raft up on the inside. We leased that space and have leased it for 39 years. When the Grace Bailey was sold, the owner was formerly the owner of the Victory Chimes, and he was already set up in Rockland with his shop and everything he needed, and he took the vessel to Rockland. When the Mistress sold, she was taken from Camden, went to Mystic, and I understand she's back in the area now. I'm not sure what the future holds for that vessel, but when Bob approached me about buying the Mercantile, I was told him straight up, no monkey business. You want to buy the boat, we have to have non-refundable deposit. I've been through this several times with, buyers that weren't serious at all. And he came along and said, he can make it happen, and that he was taking the vessel to Lake Michigan. He formed a nonprofit, and I guess that is the true owner of the vessel is a nonprofit, which I have no idea what kind of financial backing that may or may not have. But as part of the deal, he agreed that he would take the vessel or intended to take the vessel to Lake Michigan. And part of the reason that I accepted that deal at the price that we negotiated was that would offer me the opportunity to have that berth for the Swift, which is the vessel that I am currently operating. We signed an agreement with an addendum for non-compete, which he said that he would honor because it was his full intention to bring the boat to Lake Michigan. On Friday, I got a phone call from him asking me if I would relieve him of his responsibility to abide by that agreement for the winter because he wasn't able to get it together to get the boat to Lake Michigan. But it was his intention to regroup. Apparently, he's been able to raise more funds or something and said that he was going to leave in April to go to the Great Lakes. Well, I know that that's not possible. But I believe he has good intentions, but I'm afraid that it's just going to end up that he's going to say, I can't do it. And then what do we do when we got the boat there? And who's taking responsibility for that boat?
Who owns it? Who owns it now? He does.
He does. When that boat left here, went to Booth Bay, came back, anchored in the outer harbor. I guess we'll have to say not exactly how it should have been anchored.
Huh.
And it drifted out of the harbor, dragged anchor. What happens when you anchor a vessel with a fisherman anchor, which is the type of anchor that Mercantile has? There's, they're very powerful anchors and do a great job. But the one flaw that they have is that if the wind shifts and the boat moves around, the chain wraps around the fluke of the anchor. And when the pull on it is from a different direction, it breaks it free. And the first decent breeze we got out of the north broke that anchor free, and out she went out of the harbor and was headed for the Graves. Town resources were used to rescue that vessel. And it was brought back into Camden and anchored more or less in the same place, in the same manner, until just a few weeks ago when there was threat of high winds again. And again, town resources were used to relocate that vessel to a mooring. I've talked to Bob. He doesn't even know who owns the mooring. He's never paid for anything. Somebody is taking care of all this for him. And, he's like hands off. I'm happy. It's all being taken care of. But when that anchor came up, and you can see it, it's still hanging on the side of the ship. They weren't able to ship the anchor because the chain was wrapped all around the flukes, just as it had been the first time. And if it had not been moved again with town resources, it would have been, it definitely would have dragged anchor again. Only this time, instead of going out to sea, it would have come into the harbor because the wind was from the east and could have caused serious damage to other vessels in the fleet. The all boat that they have, that they're using, is sitting in a berth in finger floats. Nobody's paying for that. And I just think that we're opening up the town to a great deal of liability. Now, I know Andrew's been keeping an eye on the boat, and that's great that somebody is, but it's not his responsibility. Somebody has to be responsible. I owned that vessel for almost 40 years. I was responsible. I made sure that it got what it needed and was taken care of. But with an absentee owner and a hired shipkeeper, or whatever you want to call them, where's the responsibility? Who is going to be responsible for that vessel? I keep asking myself that. Now, I know there are other options besides going back into the town berth, and I might get back to that for 1 second. I leased that berth for 39 years. As I said, there was only one berth, and then the two vessels hung alongside of that. Eventually, they reconfigured the town floats And it was impossible for the mistress to lay inside because of the finger that came out. So the mistress was moved to the inside float. But the preferred mooring or preferred slip was the outside slip for easy entrance and access. And that slip I have rented for the last 39 years. And I don't see why I should be asked to give up my slip for somebody who might do something or, hopes to do something while there are other commercial alternatives.
What are the other alternatives? There's
Well-
just a couple of them.
Well, Wayfair, for one. I mean, they store boats all the time. Jim Sharp has offered, in some manner, a berth down in Rockland at his museum. Several years ago, I was responsible for being caretaker of, it's now the Ladona, but there was bankruptcy and a whole big mess. Anyway, I leased that berth from Stuart Smith because the Appledore, which if he's looking for a winter berth, Appledore goes to Florida every winter. And, that berth, as far as I know, is,
The Adventure used to stay there.
The Adventure stayed there. The Roseway stayed there. It's a good berth. And I don't see why the town should take on the responsibility, and again, for my own personal interests, that I have to give up my berth for that, to accommodate.
So you'd be giving up your berth. That's what, to my question earlier was, who would be displaced by that?
Right. Me.
So she's on a Lyman Morse mooring now. Can she stay on that mooring for the winter? Not a good idea. No.
Not a good idea.
Okay. And there's, and Lyman Morse is, they don't give those away.
Yes,
So
they
somebody-
do. Yeah, I talked to Bob the other day.
Oh.
He said, absolutely. He's never been asked to pay a penny. Well.
What's
I
that,
talked to him
Steve?
yesterday.
Bob was billed today by Lyman and Morse.
He was billed, but has not paid. Andrew?
Sorry.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, this is what people come to Camden for. I understand that there's a risk to the town. The insurance thing is important, just like insurance for the piers is important. Anything that we have out in the harbor that has potential to do damage to other properties needs to be insured. But there's the risk to the town or town infrastructure is the same, whether it's over at very similar, whether it's over at, where the Appledore stays or whether it's over, where it wants to go. The benefit to having it, I understand you have to move things around a little bit and you might rather be here or there, but I don't think we normally guarantee a certain spot necessarily. But overall, the bigger thing here is that people come, this is what's special about Camden. We don't want to have that. I mean, it's great that it's out on a mooring, but there's a benefit to Camden right now by having it in the harbor. And that's when I talk to people down there, that's what they come for. That's what's special. They're not building any more of these just like that. So I do think that and we really cannot even enter into our brains this non-compete stuff. I understand that is a situation for you that you might have to resolve depending on what might come up or not come up. But right now we're just talking about something that's going to be there for the winter. And we have an obligation as select board members not to take that into consideration at all, because I think the best interest of the town is to have these wooden historic vessels there for people to see. So I wouldn't be trying to think, oh, well, can't we get it out on a mooring? Can't we leave it here or there? I think we should try to make sure that this can happen. And overall, we should be working to try to keep these vessels in Camden as much as possible, because that's what's really special. That's our history.
I fully agree with you in principle, but I think Ray makes a very legitimate point, having been an owner and a captain and a steward in excellent standing for all these years. And there's a huge unknown with the current owner. I think if we, I too would love to see it back there on the dock. And we've chatted about this a little bit, and there's the heritage of it is just a spectacular thing. But when you make the case as you do, it carries a lot of weight with me to hear your position. And I don't want to dismiss that at all. I think it's really legitimate because you've maintained your boats and you've financially maintained them as they need to be.
When we bought the business in 1986, the Grace Bailey, formerly the Maddie, had already lost its certificate, had been condemned by the Coast Guard. It was done. It was, stick a fork in it. If we hadn't undertaken a massive restoration, that boat wouldn't have been anywhere. It would have been gone. And the mercantile, within 8 months of our buying the vessel and doing what we had to do to get the Grace Bailey back in service, was faced with the same situation with the mercantile. We spent over $750,000 on each of those vessels. We put everything we had on the line to make it happen. And if I saw that type of commitment, perhaps I could get behind it, but I don't see it. All I see is like, all right, let me see what I can do here. These are my good intentions, and I have no doubt that they are good intentions, but they're asking for support from the town. They've already got it. They've asked me for my help when I told them, made it clear when I sold them the vessel, I'm done. This is your boat, your responsibility. Don't come to me and ask me for this and ask me for that. But of course I did spend a considerable amount of time introducing them to the vessel and answering questions and, trying to stay as hands-off as possible. But, I'm done. I don't want to be asked by anybody to do any more for those vessels. I spent 40 years.
Yeah. I'd like to just.
But
hear
nobody
from-
is asking you to do anything more for
Well,
those vessels right now.
Except
And we
take
would
its
take
space.
another,
Well-
but, so we lost one of these boats, and I would assume that we would entertain an application from another one that would occupy, if it weren't the mercantile coming back and it was the
Some other
Victory
boat.
Chimes or something, we would be looking for another boat like that could occupy that spot. I would.
You have a boat that's occupying that spot.
Swift.
Yes, Swift.
And it's a beautiful vessel.
That's been there.
Yeah,
Swift is-
it's a
yeah,
beautiful
boat.
vessel.
I'm looking at keeping the total number at the.
Well,
level
let
that
them
it's been.
go in the slip,
Well, then
I'm going to say something, because that's not exactly accurate, right?
Okay, go ahead, Steve.
The mercantile was at the mercantile's birth, and the mistress was in the mistress's birth. When you sold the mistress, it left. Then you got another boat, slightly bigger, beautiful, the Swift. And you said to me, do you think I could just put that boat there? What do I need to do? I said, write a letter to me saying you want to put that there. And we submitted it. Select board said, great, go ahead and swap it. It's a little bit bigger than the mistress. It'll fit there perfect. Then you sold the mercantile and you said to me, can I bring the Swift over to the mercantile spot? Because it's easier to get in and out. And I said, fine. We don't have another boat there. Now we have a situation, Ray, where we kind of need that spot for the winter. And I find it hard to believe that you can't move the Swift back for a winter so the mercantile can be safe. Now, granted, you do have some merit to what you said. What if the Merc gets there and, no one does anything with it? It's just for the winter. And what I'm saying is that I'm hoping that if the select board says, yeah, the mercantile is a downeaster built in 1916 here on the Maine coast, we'll go ahead and we'll extend this to the Merc and we'll let it stay here with some provisions. It's got to have insurance. and it's out by March unless some group of people could come up with a plan, present it to you, the town, and say, this is what we want to do with it. And you guys say, I think that's in good character for a windjammer, even if it's not a sailing windjammer. Because I've heard people say they'd like to, for 3 years, use it as a restaurant, get some money up, put new masts in it, and then sail it again.
Steve, can I ask to put it into maybe simpler terms and maybe a little less personal? Let's say years ago, my father had a slip out there in the harbor for his boat, right? If he sold the rules for floats in the harbor, if he sold that boat to somebody else, to me, do I have a right to that float? It's the same boat.
No.
No, right? I have to go back into the pool.
Correct.
Of people and wait because I'm a new owner to a boat, even though that boat had been there a while.
Correct.
Right?
Can I
So
just add one
so
thing
just
to that?
trying to put into the context of what do normal people have to do to attain a parking spot in the harbor?
What happens if somebody has a boat and has a mooring for it, and they sell their boat and buy another boat? They go to the town and say, well, I bought my new boat, I want to keep it
Yeah, I
in
don't
the
know.
same
What's
spot
the-
that I've been renting for 39 years.
Yeah, if I upgraded my
Would that be
Grady,
approved?
yeah, if I upgraded my Grady White sitting out there in a float, something else. I don't have one anymore, but whatever.
That'd be up to the
Same owner though, right?
For windjammer berth, that'd be up to the select.
Well, I
Yeah.
think.
Can I help you try to get out of this a little
Yeah,
bit?
with the hypotheticals.
All right,
in
so
the
you got
late
like the
hour, I'd
policy,
like to-
the policy decision that needs to be made that I think Allison was getting towards earlier, and I think you can go back to the harbor committee with this and get a recommendation, is when it comes to those berths, what are you trying to incentivize getting windjammers into Camden Harbor and keeping them here? And, you know, if that's the route you want to go down, how do you want to go about that process into the future? And, you know, which one of those are, you know, which boats are they? Does it even matter? So I think that getting something like that from the harbor committee is going to be helpful for all of you and sort of clarifying everybody's thinking about what are you trying for into the long term. I also think that in the short term, you know, this is going to come up as something that, you know, they're going to request and they're going to make a formal proposal to do this. You know, it's all a little loose right now. So they're going to, you know, come to you, write a letter saying, this is what we're asking for. You know, there'll be all the requirements that we have in terms of windjammers that they would have to fulfill, or to have any sort of berthing slip in the town that they need to fulfill. They, you know, until we know that they can satisfy those, I would say that you wouldn't even entertain any sort of proposal. Then they come forward with some sort of formal proposal about what they want to do, how long they want to do it, so that you actually have something to make a decision on, because this is all just sort of speculation right now until that. So I think,
That's a good point.
you know, long-term harbor committee, what do you want to do with those? What's the policy, particularly around windjammers and what you want to do? Short-term, we're waiting for them to come forward with a formal proposal and to show that they can satisfy all the criteria for renting a berthing slip.
Yeah, that makes
at
sense.
the town.
That makes sense.
Yeah, I think that given the late hour.
Yeah.
That's
No, I-
where we should,
I think
that's where
could
we should
keep
leave it.
Going around and there's really nothing to decide, so.
Yeah,
It's a good point, Audrey.
no, you're
Thank you.
absolutely right. So I guess I would suggest to any interested parties, if there is something that can be submitted to us that.
But Andrew might have a
But I
comment or
know-
question. I think it's important that he speaks because he's the caretaker.
Well, I know that, yeah, I'd like to hear what Andrew.
Yeah, I just want to color the situation a little bit and clarify a couple of things. So first of all, Camden was once known as the epicenter for the schooner trade all over the world. And hundreds of schooners were built here in Camden that sailed in Maine and all over the East Coast. And today there's one remains that continues to sail in Maine waters. The Mercantile was part of the original, Frank Swift's original windjammer fleet that first repurposed the boats to take out paying guests to explore the Penobscot Bay. Mercantile has touched the lives of people in this community for many generations. The guy that I got the insurance quote from was a captain on Mercantile. The harbor master in Camden was captain on Mercantile for 7 years. This is not just another windjammer. And, I've put a lot of blood, sweat, and tears into getting this boat, keeping the boat afloat, and making sure that the boat could be in a position where she might be able to return to her berth and might be able to continue down the line for future generations to be a viable commercial enterprise and an asset to this community, as it has been for 80 years. What allowing the Mercantile to stay for the winter does is it allows people who are interested in purchasing or investing in the boat time to survey the boat, to consider their options, because this has all happened very quickly over the last month, 2 months. I've gone around, down to Portland and up to Bar Harbor trying to sell this boat to people who, there's a lot of people who own boats today that are older and don't want to take on the responsibility of a new thing. And I think that the boat remaining in Camden is a very low bar. I think this is something that we can do today. We can do it in 2 weeks. We can figure this out so that there is a path forward. And that is the bottom line, really, is that the people who are interested in buying this boat, in investing in this boat, and I've talked to many of them, I've been trying to do this. They need time and they need someone to be working on the boat. And I'm saying that I am committed to working on the boat through the winter with and for whomever wants to support the Mercantile, whether that's, the town in any small capacity, letting the boat come back, or Bob, or individuals who care about the boat, as there are many, people came out to support today. I just want to thank you guys for taking the time to discuss this issue. And I know it's late, and I want to thank everyone who came out to support and discuss. But I don't think this is something that really needs a lot of discussion. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
So I guess my thought then would be, as you get more concrete information in hand about whether you can get insurance, that somebody's going to pay for it, that it is paid for, we have to hit certain marks before we can make a decision, and take this all into consideration in terms of the time frame, creating a fairly clear agreement going into it so that when the summer season rolls around again, we're not displacing anyone who's, earned that spot or.
Other boats could apply for that spot. I understand that this one is more desirable for certain reasons, but the harbor, correct me if I'm wrong with the ordinance, the harbor master determines where it makes sense for each boat to go. And based on criteria and what's safe, you're not actually reserving a spot.
So I think in the interest of time, can we
Our next meeting's the
table this?
15th,
Yeah.
and we'll work with Andrew to
And have
make sure
something
he's ready for the
concrete
15th.
to talk about at that point. All right.
And are we
Andrew, thank you
expecting the
for your
harbor committee-
patience and for,
Yeah, what about the
Well-
harbor committee's involvement? When do they meet?
we meet next, no, we'll meet the 15th. We meet
So the same
the
day.
week.
Yeah, should be back on October 9th.
Yeah,
He could actually attend the meeting.
attend the harbor
himself.
committee meeting and come to the select board meeting as well.
Don't we even offer transient dockage if a boat comes into the,
Interdockage.
so if a boat comes into the harbor and wants to pay for that, Steve figures out, we have that in place right now. We don't we don't do character evaluations on everybody pulling into the harbor to say,
No, but there's got to be insurance and the boat's got to be safe and we've got to have a demonstration that it's going to be looked after.
Right, whatever, I think whatever the criteria is for other
Right.
boats coming into the
Right.
harbor, I just don't see the need to
No, I
put this
think we're
one
good.
through additional.
I don't think it's additional. I think we're going to cut the discussion at this point and move on. I appreciate your patience, but I think we know what we need to do next, and we'll just keep working on it, and hopefully to the satisfaction of the greatest number of people.
Is the board aware of how, hauling the boat out, getting a survey is not a quick process for a vessel this large?
And that's what's
Yeah.
needed for insurance.
Yeah, so that's to get the insurance. There's no guarantee of insurance. The vessel has to at least satisfy a baseline.
Nobody's going to be able to you have to be.
Would you, or I can kind of repeat what you said, but if you want to come up, if there's any questions. So his comment was that it's a process to haul the boat out to survey for
The
insurance.
boat has to, it's more than just hauling the boat out. The boat has to get hauled. A surveyor has to conduct a survey, an insurance survey. That survey goes to insurance underwriters, and then they craft a policy. So if the vessel doesn't meet a certain baseline of criteria, it won't get an insurance policy, just so that it's done. I've gone through this before with fiberglass and wood boats. So just so that when a decision needs to be made quickly about if Camden's going to allow the vessel to stay, because this needs to happen quickly. It's October.
Just so the person that owns this has just run out of money to finance any of this?
I don't
or-
know. I'm only speaking about the
Okay.
process of getting insurance.
Would you mind introducing
Oh,
yourself? for the
sorry.
people on Zoom?
I'm Nathan Pablo. I captained one of the boats on the harbor, and I owned and operated my own company with a 60-foot vessel for 7 years.
Okay.
So
But they don't need to know if it can stay in order to get insurance.
So just to address that, I actually got a call from the insurance, Chris Richmond with Allen Agency this morning, who the original word from the underwriter was that it would need to be hauled out and surveyed before being insured and getting a premium. He called me this morning to tell me that they could do a on-the-water survey, and that would be acceptable for the surveyor, at least for the short term, with the understanding that the boat is hauled out in the spring and surveyed, as is already the plan. So yeah, that's a concern, and it probably would be in the best interest of the boat to haul it out and to caulk the boat, the hull of the boat, but it is not a restrictive, non-negotiable that the boat must go through that process. Either way, I think that's actually immaterial to whether or not the boat is allowed to stay in Camden, because either it goes and gets surveyed in a shipyard somewhere and then comes back in a month, or,
the
We
insurance.
just need it to have
It's the
insurance. We need it to have insurance. So
insurance can be
Figure out what you need
obtained
to do.
without hauling the boat out.
So write that all up and.
I just want to take Jeff Lewis's comment because he's been waiting, if it's still germane to the conversation.
Jeff Lewis, Camden. I'm also a professional captain in the harbor. And my comments are just honestly conflicted. So I'm not going to offer anything that's useful. But I first sailed the Mercantile in 1990. It's the first job I ever had in Maine. I love that boat. I think everything Ray said is 100% true, and what he needs to be listened to. I don't know if the boat's going to get insurance or not. I know Chris Richmond well. I was in the insurance business for a while. So it's not, you don't have insurance till you have it. Don't let this happen unless the boat's insured, because I think it's a actual possibility the boat could sink in the harbor. I'm not being dramatic. It's already broken free from her anchor. I was on vacation in Cape Cod. Got a call from Michigan saying, "Can you go help save the Mercantile?" I get that call almost every week. And I do want to help save the Mercantile. This is why I'm conflicted. I would love that boat to be alive. I'd rather it be alive in the world than in Camden sinking. But I'm actually afraid it's going to sink in Camden. And Allison, 100% with you that like this is a windjammer town. It's the mascot of our schools. but I also go by the Mercantile at least 10 times a week with passengers from all over the world, and they see the condition that boat is in now, and they're sad and kind of sickened.
What's wrong with it?
Please go look at it.
No, I'm not a neighbor.
It looks like a derelict vessel. It looks like a derelict vessel, and it's embarrassing. I've lived in different harbors and parts of the world, and one thing I love about Camden, and this is something Camden is criticized for, justifiably, is that boats in Camden look good. They do. The Mercantile is reminiscent of Wiscasset. No, 30 years ago, when you drove into Wiscasset, you saw the old rotting hulks of the schooners, which Wiscasset held proudly. It was on their town crest. I'm not kidding. We love the old dead schooners on the side of the road in Wiscasset.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm serious.
I
They
kinda
were
like them.
sad when they took them away. That's what the Mercantile is quickly starting to look like. And I believe right. And that was like 30 years ago, it took $750,000 to save that boat. That's why it's hard to sell this boat right now.
Okay.
Well,
hopefully this is some
it's
great
gonna take-
publicity.
It's going to take it.
Okay,
So
that's a wrap.
That was helpful.
that's
Thank
enough.
you.
Thank you.
I'm conflicted. I
Thank-
want it to be saved. I want it to be in Camden. Be very careful.
Okay, thank you.
We
All
need the
right.
national media to pick this up, just
Yep.
like the other,
Okay.
just the other stuff.
Thank you all for your time and your patience on this. We've got a couple other meaty issues on this agenda, and we got to get through them.
Well, Susan, it's
Nerves.
10 o'clock,
I
and
know.
I personally am flagging, and these are discussion items.
I know.
Yeah, but there are people that have been waiting.
Table them?
No, there are people that have been waiting for this.
Be in touch. Yeah.
Well,
I mean,
Okay.
Ellen's been sitting there since-
okay, all right,
Because
okay.
somebody else that wasn't in existed.
All right, well,
Yeah,
let's just be
no, we'll
efficient
be in
about
touch.
it
I'll-
and not
I mean, sure,
table
Steve's
it.
got your email
They've
address and
waited for
everything,
2
so-
hours to, yeah.
Okay, sounds good. Thanks, Andrew.
All right, let's discussion item B, governance and representation on the McGonagall River Citizens Advisory Committee.
This is,
Do you want to,
nope, because this isn't my agenda item.
okay. Ken, I think you were,
Yeah, thank you. At the beginning, when MRCAC was formed, I had very high hopes for the MRCAC. What the town needed was a fresh bird's eye view of a contentious subject. The citizens on the advisory committee would take an impartial, objective, and independent look at the goals that the citizens of the town had and the possible goals for river reconstruction. But the legitimacy of an advisory committee depends on its independence and its objectivity. So I am deeply concerned that the MRCAC was led initially by an advocate from the select board and by an environmentalist group, and now led by another advocate, the town manager. It is not appropriate that an advisory committee be led by a select board member, first of all, and it is just as inappropriate that it be led by the town manager. Perhaps the town manager can delegate the staff support to someone else. I do have, paragraph 2 from Steve Mischissen's. I would like to have read the whole letter into the record. Basically, he's stating what I just stated in perhaps more blunt terms. So perhaps in the interest of time, I won't read it, but you each have a copy of this letter. He's basically saying that it is wrong to have a town manager chair a town committee like this.
Yeah.
it's my understanding that,
Being in that group, in the select board, representative, there were a couple of things that we're trying to do. One, we did back in July, I think, remove a select board member as being being the chair. And then I posed the question in the last meeting that we had, as far as, is it the right thing to do to continue on with a where the chair rotates every time? My concern was being that is there consistent direction that's going on? So it was just late in the meeting where I just posed that semi-simple observation and potential recommendation that the committee members choose a chair that is a permanent chair. And there was discussion about that. The committee expressed that there was room for both, being a committee member, being a, they say, administrative focus facilitator, and then still rotating out other current members of the chair. And in talking with the folks in the group, I know that there is outside concern of, is it the right optics if we have the town manager doing some of the work? But it was, it certainly made clear to me in conversations today, and it probably will be even made more clear where we'll have a little time in our next meeting to discuss this on October 9. I think that's the next time for the meeting, as far as how that is really going to work. But it was made clear to me today, too, that the purpose for Audra to have been there is because of having some of the historical knowledge of where some of the, the grant money and where that's put aside. And I did ask about the agenda creation for the meeting, and I'm getting good, strong input that no, it's not Audra who's creating the agenda. Yes, she talked more in the last time because we're in a transition period from going from FB environmental to something else. And there are members who want Audra to be there because of being able to answer questions that they might have about some of the administrative process. So I think after October 9, when the committee has a little bit more time to talk among themselves than we just had 5 minutes at the tail of the meeting, I think there might be a better plan than what we put together in the last 5 minutes, or at least better solidified, if nothing else. In fact, in talking with the folks today, I talked to a couple of folks because I had offered, okay, great, if we go ahead and we don't have, FB's not in there as the chair, we do need to go ahead and update our charter for the committee. And I want to make sure we update it the right way and I'm willing to do the typing, but only if we just want to make sure it represents what the group is. And so we do want to have, 10, 15 minutes in the next meeting on October 9 to just make sure that we write the charter correctly so that it is a, citizen-born, committee-born chair. And if the current person stays as the administrative facilitator behind the scene who's on the committee, that's awesome. She's doing that. It's not the town manager that does that. It's her. It is important for the town to have a contact so they know, there are different pieces that have to be coordinated with town staff members. That does have to occur. And it is definitely easier for the town staff to have somebody who's consistent in the committee as that point of contact. And we've got one person who volunteered to be that, who's on the committee, which is which is awesome.
Can I
Go ahead,
clarify
Allison.
something?
Yeah, please.
I am not the chair of the committee,
Right.
nor have I ever been. Think of my role with the committee as the same role that I have with the select board, or that somebody like Jeremy has with the planning board. I'm staff support. There needs to be a staff person who distributes agendas, posts information on the website, gets information that only the town has, answers questions, helps with anything that they need. So that's my function. It's very similar to the function that I perform staffing the select board, or that, for pretty much every committee that we have in town, there's some level of staff support to it. And so I think that that's the way that you need to think about it, not a chair. The committee is in a really good position where I think that they're self-governing, and they're doing a great job with it. And there are certain things that they're working on that they really don't even need much of my help for. So I think that that's an important distinction.
I mean, I'm just horrified that we're even having this conversation and the way that Audra is being treated. We have a professional town manager who is in charge of overseeing. We, each of us, see a portion of this. Audra is the only person that sees all of the different pieces that it touches. She prepares the budget. She authorizes the spending on all of these things. She understands the upcoming projects, the things that we might not know in the background of interconnected issues, that one decision here might impact other decisions. We do not get to interfere in this way. I've never seen this level of select board micromanagement of a committee. If we were going to go and say, I don't really like who was talking at the planning board meeting, that is interfering with so many levels of government. This is Audra as the town manager. We have one opportunity to say we don't like different things that Audra is doing, and we get to do that during her performance review. But if we don't trust our town manager enough to be providing staff support, and I push back on the idea that this is just, administrative support, like she can just, answer emails in the background, or no, this is a high level professional who has a vast understanding of these issues, who is incredibly well respected in the community. Go to in the community and in the broader state. So many towns would do anything to have a town manager like Audra. I've been told that over and over again. We are very lucky. And if we don't think that Audra can staff or make decisions about a town committee, then we need to address that at the performance review level. But we are not even, I totally disagree with all of this, getting the charter just right and all of that. That doesn't happen with any other committees. When somebody's the liaison to the planning board, that person basically listens, occasionally chimes in with a little bit of what the select board is doing, but they listen and then they report back to the select board things that the planning board is working on that we might want to have on our radar. And that is the extent of what a select board liaison should be doing. Believe me, it's been hard. I want to be on that committee practically more than I want to be on the select board, but I've shown up at a couple meetings, and it's, frankly, I've had a lot of people tell me, why is the select board putting somebody as the liaison to the committee that has an advocacy position? You were supported by the Save the Dam group. There are questions there too. If what we're trying to do is not put pressure on that committee, that's not just like not give them any information though, and just like let them, the Audra really needs to be there so she can say, oh, actually all of that's already been studied. Oh, there's a report that says this. Oh, you want to know more about this? Here, you can read that. And it takes a long time to develop that level of knowledge. And we have an opportunity here with funding from NOAA. This is a huge amount of funding, issues that have been identified by them. And having our town manager involved reflects that we're taking this seriously. And if we don't take this seriously and we say, we don't really think any of that's right, we are endangering the town of Camden's reputation for not just the river stuff, but all of the other sea level rise stuff, these are the priorities identified by NOAA as things that the town should be working on. And it's important to have a high level of staffing. Some committees are not dealing with such high stakes issues, and they might have a lower level of just occasional staffing, and the select board liaison can do most of that. So I just feel that we're creating somewhat of a hostile work environment and that we have no business getting involved in who staffs a committee. Audra decides what town resources go toward that.
I'd also say I'd take exception to the characterizing me as a advocacy, taking on any sort of advocacy role. I have been working on this project for 7 years, and when you work on something for a long time and you gain knowledge and you're in a professional position, you gain a professional opinion on something. And certainly I have a professional opinion on this project. I do on pretty much everything that comes before the select board. And if you ask me, I will give you that opinion. And sometimes I offer it very freely because I think it's very important for you to know it. And if you haven't asked me, I think it can be important for your decision making. I'm not saying that my professional opinion is the most important factor in your decision making. You have a lot of other things that you need to consider when making a decision. Same thing with the committee as they do their work, and same thing as the voters when they vote on issues that come before them. I am one input though. So calling me an advocate for a project that I've studied for 7 years and have a lot of background and understanding of and expertise on is pretty disrespectful to me as a professional. So I would appreciate it if you'd respect the fact that in gaining knowledge, in doing the work for the town that I'm paid to do, I am going to come up with professional opinions. And you might not like that opinion. And there are certain times where you might choose to, not follow that opinion. And that happens all the time. And I'm a professional, so I understand that and I respect that. And I move on with my work. And this might be one of those situations where that happens. But you need to respect me, the same with other staff, the same with community members that come in, that when we do put that forward, we all just need to be able to sort of use it as an input and then move on from it. It's not something that should be used to malign someone and try to cut off their ability to do their work and do their job. And I kind of feel like we're veering a little bit into that territory where it's getting pretty uncomfortable when, everybody's motives around why they have this opinion and, just representing it as other than somebody, gathering facts and doing their very best to come up with a recommendation that they feel is going to be in the best interest of the town. So I just think that, that's really important because it doesn't just apply to this project. It applies to every single thing that we do and everything that we're going to work on moving forward together as a group.
Just one little quick thing. The reason why the change in the charter is because currently it says that FB will chair, and that's got to get.
They can deal with
fixed.
that. That's not for us to,
I
I think
just-
I would love to hear from them a little bit, but this is
was just being
most
the
committees
typist.
don't even have a charter. All of this is a creation, and it's starting to feel a lot like a creation designed to obstruct. And,
This was.
but I would rather hear actually from some of the committee members if they,
Get it.
before I.
But this charter existed before I joined the select board. I was just trying to make the correction in that since it changed from FB being the chair. It's written into the.
Yeah, I
charter,
didn't like
and
some of
it's
those things
silly.
either. I didn't like that, and I would question, Sophie wasn't an advocate. She was somebody that was just starting. And the idea that what we've done here is we've said, oh, well, let's take the tone down and remove anybody that's knowledgeable from this process. We won't have a select board liaison that has any opinion because they're not going to be knowledgeable about anything. It's very easy to not have an opinion when you haven't studied it. So yeah, I had a lot of problems with the process at the beginning too, but that doesn't mean that just because something was started one way, it needs to be. The problem before may have been too much involvement from the select board, and I don't think we can fix that by, continuing to do that. And I mean, I think the select board should commit to just all communication with the committee. If we want to, that needs to go through the liaison, or through, excuse me, the staff support person. We just shouldn't be involved. The select board liaison is really to help out the committee when there isn't a lot of staff support, but it's just getting too much. But
Yeah.
I don't know. If other people-
Hey, Susan,
Tom,
may I speak?
Yes, Tom, please.
Thank you. Hey, everybody. We're getting very close to the finish line on the Maguntakirk River project. And I think we can all expect that the rhetoric is going to ramp up. This is something that some people have decided they're going to take very definitive sides on. And I think we need to be prepared for that. So this is more of a general message upcoming. Just be prepared. We're going to get some emails that are going to be pretty extreme. People are going to espouse some pretty extreme opinions. I think this is sort of a forebearer of what we can expect to come. I think that for the most part, the River Committee has done a good job. It's been fairly bipartisan, if you want to put it that way. And we should allow the River Committee to finish its work. We're that close to the finish line. And I think Audra portrayed it correctly, that she's a facilitator for the River Committee. And we should stay the course and let this process finish. And that's what the intent of the select board was a couple of years ago when we created the committee.
Thank you, Tom.
Hi, Ellen Reynolds, a member of MRCAC. I know it's late, so I'll try to keep it brief, but I just want to say that it's been really this undertone of questioning our legitimacy the closer we get to making a recommendation. And I agree with Audra that it is becoming this sort of environment that feels a little tenuous, a little bit like everybody's kind of curious what everybody else's motives are, and it feels like it makes it a little bit more difficult to speak openly. It is the case that there were 9 of us that were put on this committee that were coming from lots of different backgrounds with lots of different expertise, and from the start, an unbiased group of people. As we move forward in this process, we've been doing this for 2 years. The information that we have gathered, of course, makes it so that we form opinions over time. That's really what I think is the whole point, because we're supposed to be making a recommendation to you guys. So it's not really a benefit to anybody if we continue to behave as if we don't have opinions on any of this, because we have huge amounts of information and we're looking at all of that. We're studying it so deeply so that we can make the best recommendation to this town. And we take that very, very seriously. And so being questioned that we're not legitimate is one, offensive and kind of, I think, rude to the people who have put in all of this time and energy into something that we're all doing voluntarily. I know that there was an accusation last select board that pockets were being padded. I think that's just absolutely insane, and I found incredibly offensive. And I think if you feel like any of you are swaying how we feel, then maybe ask us if that's how we feel about it, because nobody's asked me, do I feel like Audra is impacting my decision making, or if Ken is, or if Sophie was when she was there. And I can say definitively that I am a fully grown autonomous individual who can think for myself, and you guys can all have your opinions and I can hear them and I absolutely can respect them, but I'm still going to decide for myself what I think the best choice is. And I think having Audra as at least a liaison, I don't know what we call you, but not the chair or whatever, is incredibly important to us because of all the information that's available that she can have access to immediately, rather than us figuring out who do we email, who do we figure out the answer to this question. And I find it, just from a logistical standpoint, indispensable. It gets the job done much faster. And I have not once felt that my opinion was being swayed by the work that you're doing. And I think continuing as we have would be wonderful. So that's just my opinion on things. So thank you.
Thank you for your patience over all this time. Would you like to add anything at this point?
Very well.
Okay.
And the most important
Okay.
thing is that there is no permanent chair.
Here, why don't you?
Audra has never been a permanent chair. She has always been an invaluable resource. She has never argued for anything.
Have her come. You got to have her come up.
Yeah,
otherwise-
Deb,
no.
just come up for just a second. I
Yeah.
know. I know it's late. I know.
You're making
is a
good
long
points.
time
We
to
want
sit.
everyone to be able to hear it.
Yeah.
Deb Chapman, I'm a member of MRCAC and have been for 2 years. And do I repeat what I just said?
You really should, because then
Okay.
nobody else
Yeah,
can
it
hear
was
it.
good.
You know.
Okay, that Audra, first, we do not have a permanent chair. We're going to have a revolving chair. Audra has been an invaluable resource since the beginning. She has never advocated for anything or against anything. She is about as neutral as someone can be, and at the same time be immensely helpful. I want to echo what Ellen said, that the charges here and there in the open and quietly are distracting and disturbing. It's not the way any town would want to treat volunteers who have put an enormous amount of time into studying, talking, writing, creating. And if the select board and anyone who happens still to be listening hasn't gone to the website or looked at any of the newsletters, the amount of creativity and information absorption and presentation has been incredible. And Ellen's been one of the 2 or 3 people who have worked hardest on that. So that's my piece. And I hope you continue to help us because it's invaluable.
Thank you, Deb. Thanks for all your dedication.
Move to adjourn.
Move to adjourn. I'll second that.
I would just add that I do appreciate the work. I have been to many meetings, and it is a large group of very dedicated citizens. But the independence and the objectivity of the committee is vital to your report and on your recommendations. And I would like to encourage you to reach out to the citizens, to the public. I know that you're having a couple of upcoming events, and I would encourage you to increase the public proportion of the evenings that you present. I think that's been
This
one.
is exactly what
one
we're
of
not
the-
supposed to be doing. That I'm not supposed to go. I've been told I'm not supposed to go and tell that committee what they should be doing process-wise. They're supposed to be evaluating, because when we as select, the way it was explained to me many times by Bill Kelly when I was a more young select board member and trying to control things, is that because we as select board members, when we give a suggestion like that, it comes, especially from this setting, it can be conceived as a directive.
Carries a weight.
And, oh, look,
I think Bill
the
Kelly.
ghost of Bill Kelly. I mean, I've been lectured about this myself. That's why I know some of the rules. And I protested at the time, as I may again in the future, but.
Bill, would you like to
Deb would like
chime
to
in?
speak again. Sure.
Well,
Like it when Bill suddenly appeared out of the mist.
Hello again. No, I've been listening to the whole thing. Yeah, I think just a couple comments since you invoked my name. One is the select board, once you give a committee a mission, you should stay out of it while they do their work. Your job is to identify the mission, and their job as people who have volunteered, as those 2 folks just spoke, is to be allowed to do their job. This is across all committees, and I understand this is an issue around which people have a lot of energy, but the most effective use of your energy is to retain your independence and separateness from this committee. Otherwise, I think you will suffer from it at a later date, because it's going to be characterized as inappropriate pressure. I think Tom pretty much hit it on the head. At this time, things get ramped up, and that's usual when a committee's getting to its end point. But I do think it's really important that you let the committee do its work. People do not want to spend a couple years toiling over something and have their work be politicized, whether for good, bad, or indifferently. You just got to let them finish their work. Otherwise, people don't run for committees. They don't want to be appointed at a future date. I've seen this in other towns. A committee member gets run over by the select board or the city council, and they can't, sustain it. It's the no good deed goes unpunished situation. It's difficult in your position because everybody's got a lot of energy and perspectives around this, but I think I'll hold you fire at this point. I think the two committee members have made very good points, as did Tom. Those are my thoughts since you invoked my name at 10:30.
Thank you, Bill.
Well,
Deb
I-
had something that she wanted to add real quick. Yeah.
Or you could take
We can
the-
bring you the.
Here, I'll
Bring her a
meet you
mic.
halfway down.
That's probably good for me to move. It's because of something Ken just said about objectivity. We've heard that before. I don't want to face my colleagues here. That I hope, our full intention is that whatever recommendation we make will be objective, meaning without bias. And the way to tell that in the end is not whether we agree with you or not. It's the reasons we cite. So anyone who's listening, I would encourage you when we present this to look and listen carefully to the reasons. Those are worth talking about. The end result, not in and of itself before you deal with the reasons. That's what objectivity is all about. Thank you.
Thank you, Deb.
Excellent. So we have a motion to adjourn and a second. Any further discussion?
Well, we left one discussion item and we'll pick that up at next meeting.
Oh,
Um,
yeah. table
Yes,
whatever
about
else is on the
having
agenda.
our workshop, yes.
Oh,
we
yeah.
can
Yeah, no
save
bylaws
that.
tonight.
There's no urgency.
Or there might be great urgency. It depends on your perspective, but I'm ready to go.
Okay, are we ready to vote? All those in favor of adjournment? Thank you.